jumping, jumping. Keep that bass pumping, pumping. Keep that bass pumping, pumping. Keep that bass pumping, pumping. Keep that bass pumping.
Come on, freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Here we go, come on. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here. Break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
To make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen. They pop their head up. Whoa, look at that, the double. Can we get another one? Something! Here they go. They're gonna send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I hope you're having a wonderful day today. I'm Hot Jukes, your host for today, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America. Today is day number 3 of the first Super Weekend. I hope you're hyped for today. I know I am, and with me, I got 2 amazing analysts. I got none other than SW1D3 and Zute coming up here on the desk. How you doing here, Zute?
Oh, I'm doing great. You know, as much as I love casting, I love hanging out with 2 of my most favorite people in the world. That would be Seven and you, sir, Hot Jukes.
Oh.
It is looking good today. A bright and beautiful Sunday, Seven. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm glad to be hanging out with you. I'm glad to be hanging out with Hot Jukes, too. You guys said 2 of my favorite people in the PUBG. Actually, in actual life, I got to hang out with you guys, and we always have a bunch of fun. Just like today, it's going to be a bunch of fun because it's our final day for Super Weekend, Hot Jukes.
Hey, Texas in the house, baby. We all representing out here. Let's go. So for those of you guys, make sure you go and click at the follow button on all the socials so you can keep up to date with everything that's going on. That's right, the PUBG Mobile Esports Twitter, Facebook, Twitch. Do it all. Even join the Discord as well so you can keep up to date with everything that is PUBG Mobile Esports. And make sure you use the hashtag PMPL as well. And if you feel like it, hey, throw us a tweet while you're at it, you know? Easy retweet. Easy retweet. Ain't that right, Seven?
Oh, absolutely. At the 7WG, at Sute, at Hot Juice. Come on, you guys got to tag us and follow
Let's
us.
go. That's right. So let's go ahead and take a look at the overall. So we can see exactly where these teams are standing at so far on the leaderboards. And the Knights putting in some big work on top of everybody. Zute, why don't you break it down for us?
Oh yeah, man. The last 2 days have been absolutely amazing. The Knights and Nova going back and forth, just duking it out. But of course, the Panthers and HQA, two of the teams that are also stepping it up, doing a really great job. And of course, XSET and Lazarus following up close behind. I mean, I feel like this is going the way that we kind of expect. The top teams doing well, and then you throw in some teams that are kind of a little bit more underdogish, but also performing extremely strong. 7.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And as we go here towards the second page, we're going to have some surprises, okay? And what I mean by surprises is teams that were just able to push up after not having a great performances. I'm talking of the likes of 4Bros. I'm talking WallStreetBets. I mean, yesterday we saw the elimination just go through the roof. And then I want to talk about a little bit more about this 14, 15, and 16 place. Because as you just heard me mention, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last day of the Super Weekend. And something that you will hear us mention over and over again, it's going to be Super Weekends are not guaranteed. So if I'm looking at BTOWN Esports, which currently their eliminations are great, but their placement points are not up to par. If I'm looking at Vamp with 38 points, I'm looking at the Chosen with 36 points. I'm hoping these teams can turn it around in some magical way and at least get up to 60. Actually, you know what? At least get up to 70 points to secure themselves and give themselves a little bit more cushion. Because you know, those teams that aren't playing here today are looking at them. They're like, oh yeah, oh yes, please keep on sucking so we can catch up.
Right? Please throw. You know, that's exactly what they're hoping for. But I'll tell you some teams that aren't throwing. It's going to be, of course, Nova and the Knights. You know, Zute, you were casting it. You've been casting it this whole entire time, right? You've watched them closely. I'd love to get your in-depth analysis on both these squads.
Well, I mean, if you take a look at this graph, you can tell exactly how close these two performances, or these two teams' performances are. They're neck and neck. The Knights have a little bit more eliminations, but the knockouts are the same. Assists a little bit more for the Knights, but just look at the graph, man. The damage number and the knockouts almost purely identical. These two teams have been slugging it out, and it's been amazing to see. Of course, you have the Nova, the prestigious Nova team, you know, trying to mimic their brothers over on the Asia side who were the PMGC champions. And then you got the Knights, who were the shining gem for North America last year. They fell a little bit short, but to see them start off so strong in the beginning of the year, I got high hopes for them the later half of the year when we have PMGC rolling.
We definitely do. And I mean, with Coops, we see what's been going on right now, by the way. We saw it on a graphic yesterday. It's not just Coops. It's this man right here on your screen. It is Cnox as well. And we haven't even mentioned about Tensa. I feel like Tensa's still just trying to figure out his place within this squad. Chico has been performing well. Overall, Knights is showing greatness here. And even though they had 3 matches yesterday where I felt like they were a bit lackluster with a 10th place finish, a 9th place finish, and a 12th place finish, they were able to just bring it back, turn it around, get a chicken dinner with 9 Illims, get a 7th place to finish off the day with 9 Illims. So overall, for Knights, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. For Nova, I'm actually wanting to see more out of Nova. Yesterday, something that surprised me is that they got caught off guard. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it might have been Exit or Boring Protocol. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. Yeah, Boring Protocol surprised him with that 2-2 split. And I think Nova was just not expecting that whatsoever. They've been so comfortable and confident with their 2-2 splits. At one point, we have even seen all the players split, just trying to get as much area for different rotations. For Nova, though, I want to see a little bit more of third partying. They already got the Sanhok down. We saw what they've been able to do here this Super Weekend to 4Bros. I'm intrigued to see what 4Bros is going to be doing in Sanhok today as well. But overall, I'm enjoying the performances here from Knights and Nova. I feel like they just keep improving over and over. And you know what? As I'm talking about it, ladies and gentlemen, 4Bros, this team right here, when you talk about improvements, not so much in Sanhok, but when you talk about improvements, this is a team to look at. You can see from day 1 to day 2, their damage more than double. Their average points 2 from going to 2 to 11, that is massively. And then when we go to eliminations, being able to average almost 5 elims, that is going to be great too for that team. Something that I do want you to keep in mind, viewers at home, is that in day 2, this team was able to get a lot of placement points. They were able to get actually 33 placement points. And in regards to placement points alone, this team actually outperformed teams of the likes of XSET, 19 Esports, and Lazarus. So if 4Bros can actually even start fragging out a little bit more, I'm really hoping 4Bros, you're listening to this, stop hot dropping in Sanhok because it just does absolutely nothing to you. Sutsy, I think this team can definitely push up within those top 5.
Oh, I 100% agree with the hot drop thing, because even if they win the hot drop, we have seen Nova struggle after the hot drop because there's other teams countering their med strat by hunting them down in the blue zone. So it's like, even if you win this hot drop, 4Bros or even Nova, you know, it's not like you're just done and you're in the clear to do your med strat. So like this Sanhok, the med strat, everything, including 4Bros, I feel like that map in specific, both teams kind of have to, you know, switch things up a little bit. But as far as Sanhok is concerned, right, I know there's one team that's been dominating Sanhok, and I think we'll take a look very soon. We'll have the map performances up on your screen where we'll show which team has been doing the absolute best on each and every single map, 7.
Yeah, I think we will. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you the hype train. Let me bring you into my hype train for WallStreetBets. Because when you talk about performances from 4Bros, WallStreetBets doesn't actually fall far behind. And the best part with WallStreetBets is that this team right now is fragging out of their mind. I mean, when you talk about this team, yesterday, they were able, first of all, they were able to maintain their 16th placement point finish per day, which is they're currently at 32, which is great. And right now, as we look at the damage here, the damage has increased, the elims has definitely increased, and the points have increased. And something to keep in mind, the fragging power, as I was mentioning, definitely came out here with WallStreetBets, because on day 1, they only ended up with 8 elims. On day 2, they were like, man, we can do a lot better, and they ended up with 21 elims. Something that I do want to refer back to that graphic that you guys just saw, though, their survival time really didn't improve that much. It was abysmal. So it just came out to their fragging power yesterday. If this team can just narrow down a little bit more on that survival time and start increasing their placement points of the likes of what 4Bros have been able to do, I think it's a great start here for WallStreetBets. So far, for me, they're actually having a great performance for the Super Weekend. You heard me mention it yesterday. In case you weren't here, I was talking about how this team does have some veterans now in this type of tournaments. They know they cannot wait, Sute, until the last day, and I'm enjoying the improvement that this team has been able to achieve.
I think one big reason why WallStreetBets is starting to do better, whereas they were struggling in the beginning, is because we play Erangel quite often, and we've seen countless of times they start off Erangel fighting with the TC team, and that's been slowing them down. But yesterday we saw them, you know, kind of turn that around, and their overall performance got a lot better, 7.
They definitely did. In Hot Juice, I mean, Sute already teased it, okay? We want to see which teams are going to be have been performing this Super Weekend, whether it's in Erangel, whether it's in Miramar, whether it's in Sanhok. You know what, Hot Juice? Quick little guess. Who do you think is currently without seeing it?
Let me
Hot Jukes,
guess.
Who is it? Who is it? In Erangel.
Miramar, I'm thinking it's HQA. For Erangel,
Oh, okay.
I think it's gotta be Nova again. You know, that's just kind of like what's sinking in my
2 for
brain.
2?
2 for 2.
Okay.
2 for
Sanhok. I'm gonna go with Coops. Huh?
Oh,
Get it?
okay. Wow. Hey, man, you need to
Look at
play
me
the
go.
lottery. I'm gonna need
that's like
you
I
to
paid
give
the
you
big
my
bucks, baby.
PUBG mobile account so you can open up some of that you see with the Lamborghinis, because I need to get me a Lamborghini skin. But you're absolutely right. I mean, HQA, we saw the performance, the improvements out of that team yesterday too. They were able to outperform everybody in Miramar this weekend alone. In Erangel, we actually saw Nova completely switch it up. Remember, yesterday after the first day, it was Nova that was actually dominating in Miramar. Now they're dominating in a way in Erangel, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here as we go to the predictions. Hot Juke's got Knights. Sute. You know what? Sute. Give me a hot take on that, The Chosen, man.
That is me. Hey, so, I mean, I've already kind of established a reputation of myself to be the Caster Curse.
Yep.
So, hey, I am spot on. TC, my Caster Curse pick, right now sitting in 16th place. So everything looking fine and dandy, if you ask me, Seven.
Oh,
Matt,
I think when
if
it
you're
comes to...
listening, can we get a radar, please, of Sute and his cursing abilities? We would definitely love to see that. I think it happens to everybody, man. I have cursed a couple teams too, so YouTube chat, don't be too harsh on my boy here.
I think it's the fact that he's got double Zute in his name. Double Zute equals double the cursed, man. Poor the chosen. Hopefully we can see them pop off because today's going to be a big day. Last day of the Super Weekend. They got to start popping off. Before we get into the action, let's go ahead and pull up a quick video here. See if you guys know your rides. Catch you right after this one.
When the battle is intense and the bullets are raining down, vehicles are one of the only options that can guarantee you a fighting chance. However, each vehicle is unique, hence it pays to know the details. When hell breaks loose on Erangel, you cannot stay exposed while traveling. You can put your faith in the UAZ here for its superior durability and cover. But it's not invincible. If you blow even one of its rear tires, it goes from an asset to a liability in an instant. To stay up and running, no matter how much hit your rear takes, the Dacia indeed comes as a savior. It can storm through the fields at top speed, even with 3 of its tires blown off. The only downside here is its off-road performance. However, when you are in a race against time, the Coupe is unbeatable. With its lightning-fast acceleration, it's your ticket to a narrow escape when you are bleeding at low HP. The buggy is great for scouting, and for a driver, it offers the best possible protection from the back. But the same cannot be said for the passenger. But PUBG Mobile offers even more choices apart from the ones we covered. Which one will you choose for your next trip to the safe zone?
Hope you guys liked that video here. Man, this game is about to get started here. The action's about to pop off. First match is coming underway. Seven, Zute, I'm going to get your predictions here in a little bit as we pull up the schedule for today, right? Let's go ahead and pull that up for everybody that is just tuning in here for the first time, right? Same schedule we've been rocking all week long. You know, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, right? This first Erangel match, Seven, I want your prediction right now. Who is going to get the chicken dinner in this one?
I think I'm going to be sticking with the team that I've been picking for the whole weekend. I think I'm going to have to go with Nova. I mean, this right now is the best performing team in Erangel as well. As I mentioned yesterday, I'm enjoying that some of the other players are stepping up. We saw Shifen actually being able to be the leader for that team in regards to Illims. And we saw QC, I mean, still being QC, so you can't go wrong when you pick.
Oh, okay. There you go. Got the Nova jersey in hand and everything. All right. Now you know now you know the team that you think's gonna win. Now I gotta ask you this question, Seven. Which team do you think needs the win the most?
Needs to win?
Which is the one that
Look at my boy here. I'm looking at Suits here right now.
Hey.
I'm looking at the Chosen. That's who needs to win right now.
All right, Seven. Okay, yes, Seven. They are sitting in last place, but I got nothing. Yeah, they really.
I was about to say.
They need that back. I was like, bro,
they really need the
do.
win, Seven.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Zute, having said that, right? What's your prediction, man? Who's gonna pop off here at the bat?
Not the Chosen. I don't think they're.
I want a specific name. I want to see if the curse is still gonna go on, Zute. Come on.
All right. Okay. The Knights. I feel like the Knights is gonna get this first one. You know, both teams been popping off, but I think, remember correctly, yeah, Nova popped off harder on yesterday's the previous Erangel game because the Panthers, man. The Panthers, by the way, keep closing out the last chicken dinner of the day. We're gonna see if they can do a 3-for-3. A little bit of UC side bet going on with Seven for that one. But yeah, I think the Knights for this very first game, I feel like they got what it takes to win the first chicken dinner of the day.
Here's a fun one for both of you, okay? Let's say we got a finale. We got Knights and we got Nova. But there's a catch. Coops has already been eliminated for Knights, and QC has been eliminated for Nova. So I'm gonna go with you. Actually, you know what? Hot Jukes, I'm gonna go with you first. Which one are you gonna pick? Real quick.
I'm gonna go quick. I'm gonna go with Nova. Gotta go Nova.
Sue?
I gotta go with my boy Knights. I mean, there's still Xenox and Tensa and Chico.
Damn right.
All right. Well, guys, thank you so much for that. We're going to get the game number 1 started. I'll catch you guys here right after the game. Thank you guys so much. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters for today. We got an awesome lineup for you guys. We got Sped, Cargo, and Necro. All right, guys. Why don't we go ahead and why don't y'all start off with your predictions, okay? And I will catch you guys later. All right. Enjoy the match.
Bye, Jukes. Hello, everybody. I'm Span Cargo. With me is Necro. I'm actually Necro. I mean, you can go ahead and start off with who you think is going to win, because for me, I feel like it's going to be obvious. I haven't been here so far. It's my first time on the show. I have to choose XSET. My name kept popping up there with the logo, so of course I'm just going to choose XSET, even though I know their map is Sanhok, but we're going on Erangel. How about you, though?
I think so. This first game has to be Boring Protocol. I don't know. There's just like a little itch that I'm having, and I think so Boring Protocol are actually going to kick things off. On the final day, the first game of the final day, they're pretty much going to get the momentum flowing for themselves, because we saw in the overall rankings, they're not doing that great. And Zute over and over kept mentioning yesterday, they are one of the most OG team out there, and they're not really living up to their name.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like so far every single day that they've played in this Super Weekend, they at least got one really good game, kind of ending off in 3rd place. So, I mean, maybe their one really good game will be this first one. Of course, our hopes is that they can kind of continue to play well, but maybe it will be on this one. I don't disagree with that.
Exactly. I mean, XSET 2, you said XSET, they have been on the struggling phases sometimes. Zute also mentioned this, saying that they're kind of like hot and cold, right? They always have been struggling with the consistency issues, but maybe on the final day, XSET have something planned up, because we know it's never a good thing to push things on final day, but maybe sometimes they work good under pressure.
Oh, they're definitely hot and cold. Here's the thing, though. Like, day 1 of the Super Weekend, they had 2 chicken dinners in a row, right? The second day, didn't do so well. So, like, that means they should come back, right? I mean, I think that's how math works. I think that's how it all adds up. So, just assuming that today they definitely will have a bunch of good games under their belt, because, I mean, they got 2 first places, 1 second place the first day, the second day, not so hot, but today, I feel something. Like, I'm here, I'm wearing red, I chose XSET. Today, they're gonna pop off.
Okay, you're feeling that XSET energy, but I honestly feel like they don't even need a chicken dinner. All they need is just consistency. They're not doing that bad in the overall rankings, right? They're in the first page. They're looking kind of decent. All they need is just decent amount of elim points, maybe a couple of placement points too, to keep the momentum flow going. They don't really need to show themselves up. Another team that I really want to talk about, though, a team that came out from the PMPL NA qualifiers, HQA, they've been doing so good.
They really have. I mean, they've actually been doing super consistent if you take a look at their performance over the Super Weekend so far, with 107 points, actually tied with Team Panthers. And for that 4th, I mean, they've gotten a good amount of numbers inside of that top 5, I'll say, when it comes to placement points. And even when it comes to the kill points, they at least always have a few, it looks like. Just always a couple. And of course, that's what you need to go ahead and be towards the top of this leaderboard. You have to be consistent in both those placement points and those kill points. So they've really been impressing me too.
Oh, look at this planned fly path, though. It's kind of screwing up a lot of teams, not gonna lie. Especially teams that want to go to a chargeable area. They're gonna have a long way to go. But as I said, Boring Protocols, for now, they're not gonna struggle. But this circle, I mean, I really wanted to see this circle for sure. It's been a long time. I haven't casted a military-based circle since the PMGC. So yeah, I'm really happy to see this one. This is gonna be an interesting one for sure. But we already do see a couple of eliminations taking place. BTOWN, oh, they already have a casualty on their side.
Yeah, they're not starting off too good. We can see them kind of right smack dab in the center of this map, fighting it out with somebody. They're going to have to figure it out quickly, though, because you're right, this zone did go south. And I don't know, as a player, whenever I see those southern military zones, I just look at it and I'm like, here we go again. The difficult rotations ensue. Of course, everybody on top of military base, they're chilling. They're okay for now. They have themselves a good position to start off on. It's everybody else that's on the northern side of those bridges that I'm instantly concerned about. And the furthest right now is HQA. We were just singing them praises. I feel like a zone like this really goes on ahead and challenges those good teams.
Oh my god, just bop him. Couple of misses, but it's okay. He recovered. Oh man, the DB can be so detrimental sometimes. But yeah, as you said, HQA, they're going to have the toughest time for sure to try and navigate their way through in the zone. But if you talk about other teams, that's going to have a tough time. I mean, I went with boring protocols, and I personally feel like they're also going to have a really tough time. So I want to see how are they going to route their way inside the zone. Because it looks like a military zone, but we never know. Maybe it can take a north hard shift.
Oh, that would be quite interesting, because if it actually goes on ahead and does a pretty hard north shift, there still will be a tiny bit of water inside of it. So we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, everybody that would have sent it over to military base island, they will have a hard time getting back up to the northern side. So at this point, it's kind of a 50-50. It's just people are going to set themselves up, try to make sure that they're in the best position no matter where this next zone goes. And of course, if they lose out on the 50-50, it's just going to be difficult. I think it's going to be difficult for half of the lobby.
I mean, you can already see XSET. They've made their way in the military's base, I guess. Makes a lot of sense. They do not want to miss out on that early positioning, and they already want to capitalize on top of it. So they're probably going to hold the edge of this bridge, and they're going to be looking decent right there. But again, there are going to be a couple of teams that they need to watch out from, especially Mezexis. Now, as soon as Mezexis is done looting, I'm pretty sure they're going to try and go for that high ground over XSET. And this is where XSET might just struggle, because we said XSET, they have been on a struggling phase. They haven't really been doing that great.
No, they have not. I mean, yesterday definitely was kind of a little bit of a low moment for them. So today, though, I mean, they have to go on ahead and feel that fire probably. I mean, they're already set. They instantly moved on over down to the military base. I think they're ready. I think that they're trying to be a little bit more on top of it this time around. Them having control of that entire bridge as well, I think is really advantageous. They're prepared no matter where this next zone goes. And honestly, if they're in search of kills, they can do so beautifully at this little crossroads compound right here that we can see them slowly moving on in on.
Oh man, I feel so bad for Team Chosen.
Oh, yeah. I will be honest, I did not expect that from them so far, but I mean, I feel like every team every once in a while has one of those bad couple of days, bad couple of super weekends, so maybe just this weekend is just not it for the Chosen. Maybe something's going on, who knows, but after this, maybe they'll be able to go on ahead and shake it off after this, but we have to keep an eye on them, of course, especially if they're making the rotation. Yeah.
I mean, we never know. Maybe in this next super weekend, they might not even qualify.
Ooh, don't put that bad juju out there, Necro. That's, the thing that's hard to talk about, right? Because that's true, right? Right when you get into the super weekend and you don't do well, I mean, the next thing on your mind is, that's not good, because now we have to go on ahead and qualify for the top 16 once again to try and get into the super weekend again. It's never secured. So if you don't do well into the super weekend you actually get into, that's concerning. But oh my goodness, action popping off. Looks like Execute just going to be sending it right into a compound that's already occupied. Nice knock into the one of the members of Four Bros. Oh man. Wasn't somebody just saying how Four Bros has it this time? Has it today? We have to watch out. Make sure that they go on ahead and get the trade actually on a fade. Looks like Leon holding it down so far.
Yeah, he's trying his best though. Again, he doesn't have the best of the cover to work with, but he's trying to reposition himself as he's found a trade. Four Bros not really in the best of the spot for sure, but Leon, he knows at this point it's pretty much a done case, so might as well try and back out. And maybe that's what he's going for. No, actually, he's going to go and confirm that frag, so that's a good thing. Leon, he should also get an elim point onto himself, and also a little off angle on the rest of the players of Execute. But the problem is the position is known, because the down man in the back is probably going to give his live tracker away to his teammates. But at least that's an equal trade. Now it's a 3-on-3. It has came down to a stalemate.
I actually am really excited to see this fight happen between them. Looks like nobody else is around them on that mini-map. Unfortunately, though, slowly, one member of that extreme is bleeding out slowly but surely. An entire team in between them from getting that res. I think it is too late for Fate. His fate is well known at this point, but we'll have to see if Extreme will continue to be aggressive onto 4Bros. They're the ones that decided to go on ahead and crash onto this. They probably didn't see the 4Bros team here, though, because there was only 2 of them on side of the northern side of this compound, so
yeah.
I don't know if it was planned or not, but nice shot. It's going to do a little bit of damage on the Leon, and here comes the smokes. They're getting ready for the push, Necro.
Yeah, they are. Trying to use the smokes for the crosses. Also, a couple of nades out to try and make sure to push out the players from their comfort spot. Shots taken. Laurie spotted too. Taken down to 50 HP.
Ooh.
Another return nade coming in. No connections found just yet from the side of 4Bros. But again, it's a 3-on-3, so at least that's a great thing for 4Bros. Oh, that nade's quite close. Laurie taken down quite low as well. Leon is low too. 4Bros in a really uncomfortable spot. If you talk about Leon, all the way in the back. Now maybe he can also try and play for the best positioning in the game, but the problem is his position is already known, so execute. They're already going to have their eyes locked onto Leon.
Oh man, there's a couple nades there that got really close to Jason. I was thinking that surely it was going to go on ahead and kind of explode him, but they just barely missed getting up on top of that balcony. If they had gotten that knock, honestly, 4Bros, that would have been their opening to go on ahead and make a movement, especially Leon might have been able to finally get away from that rock and tree in the background, but he's safe there for now. His 2 other teammates still kind of holding it down. This is definitely just a stalemate at this point. I mean,
yeah.
It's such an open compound in the center here that really to make some sort of a start or a push happen, you have to get a knock. That's why both teams toss nades back and forth. Unfortunately, neither of them really caught anything, so they're just going to stay there for a little bit longer. And in the meantime, this next circle is actually about to pop. We're going to be able to see where everybody else is moving.
Oh, yeah, it is going to be a hard south shift as expected. So instantly, as you can see, Boring Protocols too, they're going to straight up book it in their vehicles on the other side of the bridge. But yeah, at least 4Bros, they can afford this stalemate. Even the other team in the other half, which is Team Execute, they can afford this stalemate because they've already found their way on the other island, so they don't really need to worry about the biggest rotation in the game. So that's the big threat neutralized from their side. But Boring Protocols, now they're on the way. I'm pretty sure Nova is going to cause a lot of problems for them because they are straight up moving in, quite close to Nova. Are 4Bros going to back off from here, though? That's what I want to know. And yep, that's what exactly seems to be happening. 4Bros, they're trying to reposition themselves, which is a really mature decision.
I'm actually interested by that. I was going to say that down there on the very southern side of this island, nobody is around them just yet. So technically they had the privacy if they really wanted to take that fight with each other. But since it was such a stalemate, like at that point, when you're not sure if you really are going to get the advantage, you're right. It's a mature thing to kind of back out of there. It looks like they're going to be able to get themselves a little bit more of a central position from that movement as well. And we'll see if they're going to be running into each other eventually. But back up onto the mainland, we can see that Polar Ace slowly healing on up. They're in the blue zone for quite a while. There's actually a team right in front of them that they're going to have to watch out for on their big rotation, but why they were kind of waiting so long is, of course, everybody in front of them has to get inside of the zone before they do. So we'll see if they'll be running into each other out here in the blue zone, or if maybe they'll all just find each other on that bridge right inside of zone.
Yeah, Polar Ace too, as you can see. It's going to be a tough task for them for sure because 19 Esports is right in the front. The bridge line is clear. No one's actually camping the bridge this time, so they're going to have a free rotation. But again, the problem is 19 Esports, the team that's right in front of them, they're going to try and cross their ways. That's Polar Ace. They're traversing right next to their compound too. 19 Esports, they spot out the rotation. A lot of shots taken. Kiyoshi is quite low, quite hurt, but no other connections found just yet. So at least they're going to have a safe rotation here. 19 Esports looking safe for now. They also have a little edge over. 19 Esports, so Polar Ace, they might just camp it out.
I was going to say, now that Polar Ace is getting in front of 19 Esports, both of these teams kind of have to, they're in an arms race at this point to try and get to that bridge first. And same down here on the southern side, wow. Looks like Mezexis, Lazarus, Vamp, all the teams kind of converging in the same angle down here. A couple of members of Vamp, unfortunately, going to be being taken down. Still, 3 of them are still alive, as the rest of the members that were getting knocks on them, they're actually making a rotation away because one of them got knocked by an entirely different team. So it looks like there's action on both both sides of this entire map, and it looks like 19 Esports finally actually running into Polar Ace.
Polar Ace, they're just getting dismantled now. 19 Esports, all 4 players up. The confidence is just boiling through their veins at this point. Yep, Kiyoshi too did not expect Salty to be there on that little off angle. And 19 Esports, the way they're challenging this fight is just perfection. Slowly and steadily taking out a couple of players of Polar Ace, and now Polar Ace, they're just down to that one last man alive. It's going to be Chronix, who's barely up and living. Now they still need to make it on the other hand of the bridge, though, on the other side of the bridge. So that's still going to be another threat they need to try and take care of. The circle shifts down south even more, so that means Execute 4 Bros and Boring Protocols, they're going to be in luck.
Yeah, looks like he's slowly getting away. He's actually sending it straight into the water as well. Here we go, 19 Esports. They're slowly trying to loot up their spoils here. Waiting a little bit too long, though. We can see that a member from HQA in the distance. Looks like they're going to be running into each other now. If HQA is fast enough, they might just be able to just slide past 19 Esports, so we're going to see another fight happen on over there at that bridge. Meanwhile, this main zone actually hard shifted once again down to the southern side, and this next circle is going to be closing soon, so all these guys up here, they have to go, go, go. HQA starting to make the move, same as 19 Esports. It looks like Rad realized that they're kind of at this race, going to do some damage. He's trying to go on ahead and get the kill, at least onto 1. Down to half HP, but he gets away.
Yeah, he does barely get away. But there's another player of HQA right on top of the tower right there, as you can see. He also has a lot of high ground to work with. Is he going to rain down bullets? That's what I want to know. Positions unknown, and he might just be able to find an easy frag. All the players of 19 Esports quite exposed, and yup, HQA, they just set up a perfect trap to try and take down these players single-handedly, one by one. 19 Esports, they just don't know where they're getting shot from. Chivang finally strikes at the right time. HQA, they are doing such a great job with this defense. Now Alucard, the only man left alive from 19 Esports. The pressure is going to be felt for sure. As Alucard, he will need to try and save his teammates, but it's going to be next to impossible because Salty is out in the open. Issue is quite low. There's no way he's going to be able to get back alive.
That's why he's definitely thinking of himself right now. There we can see him using his boost, trying to make sure that he's not going to be taken down anytime soon, trying to hide out by those boxes. I mean, one of his teammates is right beside him. It's still out in the open. Here we go. HQA is starting to make a move. Alucard is definitely going to try and damage them. He heard the movement coming through from something. Nice shots going through from the smoke. I mean, he knew that there was a Bucky inside of there, nowhere else to really shoot, so a nice knock from him. 2 people are left. Let's see. Issue now going through. Try to get Salty, but just didn't work out.
Yeah, that's a great find from Alucard. That can be a game-changing find too. But he's still moving out in the open. Issue. Oh, is he just trying to be a distraction? That's what I want to know, because they know Chivang is somewhere over there, and there we go. Finally strikes in, doesn't find any connections to Issue. It's going to find a safe rotation out of that spot. But still a tricky situation. HQA and 19 Esports, now it has came down to a perfect situation. It's a 2-on-2 situation. But both these teams are wasting a lot of time outside the zone, and they're also tanking a lot of damage, so they're going to burn through meds quickly.
At this point, even if they just get inside zone, there's still a member of the solo from Polar Ace now just inside. The zone's smaller once again. Everything's covered. Alucard found out the smoke's just not able to provide the cover that he was obviously looking for. He started making that movement, but Issue is here. Issue is going to end this, I have a feeling. Necro, he is going to be able to take down at least one more person, but otherwise he's sandwiched on this bridge.
No, he's done.
Between 2 members.
No, he's done. Oh,
oh no.
He heals barely up. You see at the last moment, at the last second, he heals himself back up. So Chivang is still alive. Issue. Oh, did not expect him to be there. He thought maybe he got taken down by the zone. I don't know what Issue was thinking there, but yeah. Chivang's now also have the advantage, but he doesn't really have a lot of mess to work with. He needs to make it inside the zone as quick as possible. As Kingpig is in ahead of him, so at least HQA, there is going to be a person who's carrying the flag forward for them. As Vamp on the edge right here, taking a lot of damage from Lazarus, and they're going to put the final nail in the coffin for Vamp. Them being taken out, Lazarus also having 2 casualties on the board. Now it's Execute against BTOWN.
A lot of teams going out right there all at once. We're finally down to our top 14 at 11. Excuse me, there's so many teams that are now out actually right here. We're going to be able to see now the next fight. I already said it, between Extreme and BTOWN. Looks like they have a little bit of a height advantage, at least a couple of them up on top of the rocks, except for Yang. Yang is a little bit down below, definitely holding the beach side, so he's kind of the one that I'm most worried about. Iris being up on top might be able to spot them out, but they're definitely using those rocks to their advantage, trying to get around some place. But otherwise, this is a horrible spot to get stuck at, because the only place that you can walk up on anywhere near here is this place that Extreme is currently holding. Like, you can see them kind of trying to swim back around, but it's a little bit more difficult over there. And of course, it's going to take a lot of time as this blue zone is closing towards them.
Jimmy's making sure he's not even moving a muscle. If he does, the footsteps are going to give it away. And Execute will know that there is someone hiding right underneath. So Jimmy, he's just standing like a statue right now. Well, switching the guns over there, but Execute doesn't seem like they've heard it just yet. So Jimmy is not going to move a muscle. He's not even going to move an inch, as Brar from the top here is trying to move around, but he's also getting shot in the back, and that's not a good news for BTOWN, because Brar is the main hopes and dreams for BTOWN to try and win this fight against Execute. As Execute, now they spot out a couple of rotations in the front. It's Lazarus, Kaiseki, who pretty much opts to stand out in the open. They don't really have the best of the compounds to work with as well. Lazarus in such an uncomfortable spot, but still Mezexis from somewhere else. They find a knock on Lazarus. So many third parties happening here.
Yeah, again, they're just in the middle of everywhere. Oh, there we go. You're right. Brer, he's instantly taking that opportunity for himself, getting a knock into one of them. Yang now under intense... everybody's attention is on them. Jimmy doing a ton of damage there. They know that he's out there onto the beach getting knocked as well. Jason, I think, might be the last one up here for Extreme. Has to be careful, though, because still both Mezexis, Lazarus could go on ahead and participate in this. They have to go and wipe out the rest of Execute above them before any of those teams kind of get back up on their feet to take a look on over. Jason, though, he's slowly walking away from there. He wants to make sure that no sort of a res happens onto Jimmy, but as you can see, once again, kind of sandwich. Can't go high. There's somebody there. Can't go low. It's going to start making a push towards Bear, though. Oh, that was a beautiful nade. Takes was so low. Bear, at this point, they just need to go on ahead and push, but they're getting the res real quick.
Yeah, they're going for the res, I guess. Makes a lot of sense, too, but BTOWN, they should have known that Jason's quite low. He's the only man left alive, so as soon as even the third man is back up, yep, the send it moment's going to come through. Jason finds one. He's looking to get the second one as well, but no. He gets denied instead, and BTOWN plays that really well. 2 players up. This shouldn't really be a problem to get the third man back up as well. Look at the rotation that Nova made, and Knights. Nova, they're only left with one last man alive, including Knights too. This is going to be an interesting one. Now, Boring Protocol is the team that I went with, but they will have to try and penetrate through Team Panthers' defense.
This is also just, I mean, this is hard zone. I don't really know how else to say it. It's just completely out in the open on the southern side of that road, just below airplanes. Team Panthers could be able to play it, but here we go, the crash happening. XSET is only a duo, and it actually looks like they're going to find out one, so just one person left. Boring Protocol, an entire 3-man crashing on top of him. Yeah, Jay Wei, I mean, he might be saved by this third party, but we know that 3 more members are going to be pushing in, and that is it. That is it for XSET. My pick is out in 9th place. Boring Protocol, the team you chose, will stay alive. And the thing is, though, they fought for that compound for a place to kind of be a stepping stone in. It's still not inside the zone. They still have to keep moving.
Apology actually got third-partied by Team Panthers. So that's such an unfortunate thing for XSET over there. And Acer, oh, they have to let Acer go at this point. They don't have a lot of time to work with. Maybe Spec will try and go for the rest, but no. That was going to be the answer instead. So Boring Protocols instead try to make a safe rotation inside the zone first, which makes a lot of sense too. They want to prioritize the zone first. 4 Bros is right next to them as well. Acer still knocked out in the hands. As I said, at this point, it's going to be next to impossible to get Acer back up on his feet. So Boring Protocol with only 2 players left up. Now this is going to be a tough task for Boring Protocol to try and win this.
Yeah, I have to wait and see exactly where they're going to kind of be pulling up on this, because honestly, if you take a look at the zone, like I said, like it's kind of completely out in the open on the southern side of this road. There are a couple of hard cover places to play off of. Otherwise, a little bit of hills. And as you can see, some of them are just having to go for it, go for those couple of spots left. 4 bros eliminate a huge aggression coming through from BTOWN. That does work out. They have 5 kills now, but no, Mezexis, they're here to play. They get 1 down and out. There's only 3 of them left, and it looks like now they have an advantage. I wonder if they're going to be aggressive on this, close to the vehicle. Yep, here they come. They want to go ahead and get rid of BTOWN.
Oh, the circle shifts away even from Boring Protocols and Team Panthers. Kind of gracing Nova right there. Looking pretty great. But BTOWN, there's just so many third parties happening at this late in the game as the circle's pretty much shifting out in the open with not a lot of cover to work around with. So makes a lot of sense too. Everyone has the line of sight on everyone at this point. The only saving grace for your team is going to be those smoke grenades, but they're also going to run out of that soon. As Mezexis, they're going to continue raining down some utilities onto BTOWN. As Jimmy has been taken down, they just want to confirm the frag onto Jimmy. Inactive. Oh, driving the buggy around. Brar is still having the trigger discipline up, but finally he gets spotted out too. Mezexis, the send it moment coming through from the side of them. And there we go. The final man of BTOWN gets run over as they also get eliminated on 6th place.
Wow, well, 5 teams are left, and it looks like the action is not over. Team Panthers are just going to crash into the center where those couple places of hardcover is and takes down the last member of Nova. So right as I said, there's 5 teams. There's actually only 4. These are the last 4 still up. You, of course, have a couple members from Boring Protocol now trying to crawl their way on in. Team Panthers, it looks like they're in entire control of this zone now. They just have to watch all of their angles as every single other team are going to be watching them in the center.
Oh no, Spec gets blown up. Not a great sign for Boring Protocol at all. They needed to move out in the open, and there goes my pick too. But hey, I'm not too, unhappy with Boring Protocol. 4th place, not a bad spot to get out from. So at least a decent performance compared to how they've been playing so far. Even if these kind of performance can help them try and climb up slowly and steadily on the overall rankings. But yeah, Team Panthers, they're just looking so in sync, especially after ending the day on a good note yesterday. It makes a lot of sense. The momentum shift is working in their favor.
You have to wait and see if they're going to be able to take out the rest of these guys inside of the zone. The thing is, though, this zone's still big enough that everybody actually technically is inside of it, except for Puppy here for Panthers, going for a little bit of a loot round. Wow, 7 eliminations so far on the side of the Panthers. I mean, they will be able to have the opportunity to get a couple more. The thing is, the Panthers, they have a pretty good spot in terms of the zone, while Mezexis, they're kind of shoved down to the southern side. But Mezexis, they only have one place to really look, except there we go, Poppy. Nice alternate angle, getting a knock into 1. Yeah, that's going to start this fight, the last fight.
Yeah, that's going to open a lot of things up for sure. And Team Panthers now, maybe the call's being made to send it, but no, they're still holding their ground. Poppy with such a great off angle. No one expected him to be there, and he was able to get away with a frag too, but no confirmation just yet. Maybe Mezexis will be able to get the reset back up. Xenox is barely hiding and alive behind that little rock to work with. The circle shifts into no man's land. All the teams, they need to make it inside, but Mezexis, they're quite close.
Yeah, now this is a really hard situation for the Panthers, in my opinion, because they have to worry about, of course, they know exactly where Mezexis is with all their util. They know exactly where Xenox is for the Knights as well. They're kind of in the center here. They can't go ahead and fully focus on one without, just showing their back to the person behind them. Even as a solo, it's going to do so much damage, as we can see there. Xenox, he strikes, and he gets a knock. That is not what the Panthers wanted whatsoever. And as you can see now, that is the moment the Mezexis, they're taking their opportunity to start making the move. And Xenox, it actually looks like he's not being selective. He's being a pain for both of these last 2 teams.
Oh, he indeed is. Xenox is probably going to try to play the spoiled sport. His position's known at this point because it's going to be really tough for him to solo survive this entire thing. As his position's compromised, all he has to work with are those couple of smokes in the front. He's trying his best to utilize them as a wall, but again, he doesn't have enough of them. He only has that one single smoke in front of him, and he still needs to make it inside the zone, and it's quite a long way.
Oh boy, it looks like now the smoke is out. Everybody's starting to make the last couple of moves, trying to get inside this zone. The damage onto the vehicle comes through. Xenox using his smokes as his only cover. It looks like now he's out in the open. Nice knocks into one of them. One to the left. Can he get another to the right? No, just barely cannot. Mozo just barely gets him down. Very low HP. Now he needs to heal up. This is the last fight now, as this blue zone still pushing them aggressively inside of this. It does look like the Res will come through, though. It still will be a 3v3.
Still a 3v3 situation. Came down to a stalemate for now, but I'm pretty sure Mezexis, they're not going to stay quiet with this one. They're trying their best to chip a lot of damage out. As Team Panthers, they need to move out in the open, and they need to try and make it inside the zone, but still the vehicle explosion is going to catch 2 players. Mezexis now handicapped big time, as it's all down to Peralta. He's just raining down death and destruction on the players of Team Panthers. Now it's all down to Freddy, the only man left alive for Team Panthers. A one-on-one situation. Peralta getting a little impatient over here, but Freddy too is not losing his patience. The nade's quite close. Peralta might just take a lot of damage from that, but he moves out in the open. And I'm pretty sure this fight is going to take a little bit more time, as Freddy, he moves out in the open. He's going for his frag. That's a great flashbang, but it's not going to work out, as Mezexis, they put the final nail in the coffin. And well, they take this one.
They needed that as well. Mezexis, a huge winner chicken dinner coming through from them. Honestly, the entire time, I thought that they had kind of the most difficult position down there on the southern side, but they really were able to kind of figure it out in the end. Even with that huge explosion, they were kind of just able to take it one by one with the knocks, and they won the game. That was a great game for them.
Exactly. They also got kind of blessed by the zone, let's be honest. In the end, the zone was really close to them, so all they needed to do was just crawl in, and they also had a couple of vehicles to work with as a cover. But yeah, as you take a look at the round report too, it's going to be inactive with most native limbs, and then you have Peralta with most eliminations, 7. That's insane.
Wow. And like I said, they really needed it. They started off today in that 13th place position, and already starting off day 3 with a chicken dinner and that many kills. Like, they have to be feeling themselves after this game 1. This could be a really strong weekday for themselves.
I mean, they definitely have to be, especially kicking things off on a good note. Already on the first game, they're definitely going to be feeling themselves. But unfortunately, Boring Protocol went out on 4th place, which is okay. Now all they need to do is keep the consistency flowing. But with that being said, it seems like that's going to be it from our side for the first game. But don't go anywhere. It's going to be the analyst desk coming back after a short break.
But I've been in the field like Suge Knight, and they know this took time. This what a legacy look like.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
Oh, Jukes? Is he grabbing some monster? Oh, okay.
Feeling great, man.
Oh,
Feeling great.
yeah.
I thought you disappear on us there for a second. I was like, oh, he went to get a Monster Energy. You could have just told me. I could have given you one, you know?
Oh, that's a new color. Wait. Bring that one back up again.
Nah, it's green.
Real quick,
so the green screen, you know, it messes it up.
Oh,
Yeah.
You tricked me there. You tricked me there. I mean, that was looking good. But I think, hello? We're going to go to the match ranking right now after that explosive game on Erangel. Hey, that was a military circle of all circles. And we saw Mezexis and the Panthers head-to-head. That last ending fight, oh my God. Did I see that correctly? Did the Mezexis player clutch that up while stun grenaded?
You got that absolutely right. And I think you, myself, and Hot Juice gasped and like, through the flashbang? What? Is that okay? I mean, I'm gonna have to start practicing that. I do think though he helped him out because it wasn't right on him, so he went away really, really fast. But if he would have gotten it right on that player, it would have been a completely different strat. I love the use of different utilities, though. I'm just going to put that out there. I love it. It's not just nades, it's not just mollies anymore. Now we're just seeing other variations jumping in there, too. We do have 4 bros there getting the 5 points extra with the 4, and I'm going to go down a little bit more because WallStreetBets, come on. I was getting on that hype train. I was getting people ready for the hype train, and you guys decide to let me down like that. And another team I actually want to call out is going to be Polar Ace. Polar Ace decided to push on to 19 Esports. It absolutely backfired on them. They ended up losing 3 players, and overall, Polar Ace not with one of their best performances here on this first match, Sute.
Yeah, Polar Ace definitely could have done better, but I love the fact that Mezexis and the Panthers stepped up. These are the 2 teams that were like just really near up to the top after yesterday's games, but now after this really dominating performance, it's like they could be in contention for that first place spot. No longer is it like a Knights and Nova showdown, you know, the Panthers and Mezexis. I mean, Mezexis still has a very long way to go, but after a very strong start with that chicken dinner, I feel like if they really turn it up today, in the next 4 games, they could put themselves up in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, with Mezexis, they started off the day in 13th place with 49 points. And with that win, they do end up jumping up to 8th place with 73 points. We're talking about improvements. We're talking about getting themselves to the top there, as you were saying. That's exactly what Mezexis needed to do. And this is exactly what the Panthers needed to do so they can maintain themselves with the likes of Nova Esports, with the likes of Knights. We keep talking about Nova and Knights being in a way their own league right now because of the placement points of how different it was to the pockets that were created there. But now the Panthers kind of push themselves up a little bit more towards Nova, so I think that's going to help them out big time. 4 bros, I think we saw them, wasn't it? We saw them hot drop too. It didn't work out well for them. It's okay, 4 bros. You know what? I'll let it slide because of the great performance that you guys had yesterday. But that's going to be the only one for today. I don't want to see that in Sanhok, Sue.
Taking a look at the game-ending moments, we saw how much trouble the Panthers had trying to take out Xenox here. They were throwing so much util, everything fell short, and look at Xenox. You do not want to leave this player up. He flicked right onto that Mezexis player and almost took down another player of the Panthers, and this 1v1, oh, this was the game-epic moment. Frady behind that rock gets off that first aid from 1 HP. That stun grenade hits off to that side, and I don't think we'll be able to catch it. Oh, there's that stun grenade. It falls a little bit too far. So Peralta was stunned right there, but oh man, that's the first time I saw a clutch while stunned in a 1v1. Look at the damage charge though, 7.
That's right. I mean,
honestly.
With them not having to deal with Nova, them not having to deal with XSET, some of the teams that we kind of been seeing here towards the top, even HQA too, right? These teams are able to perform. Mezexis, you mentioned it, they needed it. Mezexis got it with 9 Illims, 1400 damage, and this might be one of the first Erangels that I see teams not get that much damage. I was starting to get spoiled, NA. I was starting to feel like we're just gonna keep on getting 2k damage, 3k damage. I did see a team in Europe get 4k damage, so now we got a competition, people. Now, Hot Jukes, I'm gonna be looking for a 4k damage here at some point during this NA PMPL.
I'm waiting to see it too, but I mean, who's going to be able to do it at this point? That's going to take some serious damage. But speaking of serious damage, you know, the Panthers, they have been putting in some serious work. Look at those stats right there. Zute, why don't you break it down for us?
Yeah, the Panther team stats. I want to highlight the Panthers because keep in mind, yesterday they ended off the day strong with a chicken, and I thought they were going to get the first chicken in today also. I mean, it was looking good until Xenox took down one of their players, but check out the players, man. Pappy in particular, 838 damage, definitely leading the charge for this team. Very experienced player, 4 eliminations, 3 knockouts. I mean, this team overall looking really good. Like the synergy between these players, sometimes it falls a little bit short here or there, but overall, every time I see the Panthers, they usually have like 4 up and they're working well together.
By the way, Sue, with what you were saying there in regards to also how they performed yesterday on the last match, they switched up their MVP. Hayuya was the MVP of that last match yesterday, and here Poppy at least being able to step it up, right, in a big way for his team. So it's good to see that two different players can step up for that squad.
That's right. It ain't Pappy, it's Poppy. Man, did some serious work here. Matter of fact, speaking of, a really good player, I got a chance to talk with Inactive from Mezexis a little bit earlier. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at that interview?
How has your life changed, right, since being in this position, right? Joining Mezexis, right? Now getting into the PMPL. How is it different for you from now and before?
Okay, so it has changed too much actually, because sometimes I used to dedicate more time to my studies, my job, and all personal things. But since we're getting here, since we joined Mezexis, we all knew that it was our opportunity. We start taking time and dedicating more time as a team to the game, since we all knew that we were going to play PMPL. That was the opportunity that we were waiting for too long. And that was it. We start dedicating literally all the time to the game. Since we wake up with something, and then we start our trainings before scrim, because before we start scrims, we also practice in TDMs and shooting range and all things like this. But it actually has changed. For the difference is very, very big. We start dedicating a lot of more hours that we didn't used to before.
Welcome back, man. That's my hermano right there, Inactive. It's so great being able to talk to him, and it's so interesting. Always great to be able to talk to a player when it's their first time playing in a PMPL. And honestly, for a squad that is brand new playing at this level, I think they're crushing it, guys. I mean, just look at the stats we're about to pull up. They have been popping off. 7, why don't you break this down for us?
I mean, when we say popping off, let's be honest here. My boy Peralta is the one that's popped off. Look at them guns. Not only in the game, he got guns in real life. 970 damage, 345, 7 ilms as well. Inactive, I mean, not falling short. Man, this stats though, I'm not gonna lie, Mezexis. I'm not gonna lie. You guys started off the day great, right? But yesterday, it wasn't as hot. So, Yair, Toss, I'm gonna need y'all to step it up in a big way when it comes to those stats, right? I want to see more damage. I want to see more ilms. If not, I want to see some assists.
Sheesh, that's what we gotta see right there. We gotta see Poppy get them guns. Peralta getting over, Inactive stepping up. I think it's only a matter of time here for these squads. I mean, this is the last day for the Super Weekend, right? So this is the last chance for these players to really get some of those points. And yeah, look at this, BTOWN, a big squad here, really need to step it up. Zute, talk to us about BTOWN.
Yeah, they definitely need to step it up. This is the day 1 or day 2 versus the day 3, and they are stepping it up. That first game for them, they did pretty well for themselves. They managed to get 5 eliminations, and their average point for that game was 9, which is good. But is it enough? That's the thing. BTOWN currently not sitting too high up on the leaderboards. I think they are taking a quick look at my screen. Where is BTOWN? BTOWN.
He's looking real far down.
BTOWN, 14th place.
I had you saw my eyes, 7? I had to look real. Yeah, BTOWN, not too good. 14th place overall, but that's not the point, right? The first match of today, they did pretty good. 9 points is nothing to, shake a stick at. So BTOWN, they just need to keep this going. Yeah, on to that second page real quick right there. Yeah, BTOWN right now in 14th place overall, 49 points. 9 points in a single game. That's a lot better than the 40 points they managed to bring in 10 games.
Well, hey, there's only 4 more matches left to go. They could definitely put up some big points here in a little bit. Of course, thank you, Seven. Thank you, Zute, for breaking that one down. We got game number 2 about to get started here. Why don't we bring back our casters? Span, Cargo, Necro, come on in. The water's fine. And I'll leave it to you guys. Handle it from here.
Bye, Jukes. Yeah, we're about to get into... Oh, yeah, hi. We're about to get into game 2, Necro. How about that? Ooh.
Exactly, game 2. It's going to be an interesting one. The map of Miramar coming in soon. And we also saw, now in Miramar, there are a couple of teams that do tend to struggle, especially Vamp, though. With that split that they show in the drop location, I personally have been saying at this day 1, I'm not really a big fan of that split, but maybe this time they're going to try and change a couple things up because they drop kind of all the way up north. Now I want to see how things are going to be looking like for them. But what do you think? Which team can be the one that can pop off on this map?
You know, I'm actually hoping it is Vamp because, look, we got Mezexis. They were in 13th originally, right? And they got a huge game. Vamp in that 15th place position. They got to go on ahead and have a game like that themselves. So let's just go on ahead and hope that it will be this game and see if they could go on ahead and beat their not-so-great performance when it comes to Miramar. Let's just be that positive. And it looks like with this plane path, though, you said that they dropped super far to the northern side. Looks like this plane path is kind of going to force them to go somewhere else.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a little tough for them to try and navigate their way on their top spot. But yeah, again, XSET, if you talk about these teams, they were doing really good in league days on the map of Miramar, but then later on, they have been kind of iffy over here too, but they have been showing a couple of signs of greatness, not gonna lie. Except the way they play sometimes on this map, it does seem like they are approaching quite calculatedly, but then later on in the later phases they tend to fall off.
Yeah, it's just about kind of identifying where they're kind of falling off and seeing if they could go on ahead and improve upon it. Now that this is the last day of the Super Weekend, hopefully they figure it out, you know? Maybe there's some sort of a formula. Maybe there's something that they're not pulling off. Same with any other team that's kind of not performing on top side of Miramar. So we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, though, we already said this plane path is just not helping out whatsoever. And I mean, very shortly, we'll be able to see where all of them are going to have to go as well. But for right now, it looks like everybody's pretty nice and spread out. And it looks like our southern zones are going to continue just down to the southeastern side. This is Central Ground Los Leones so far. What are the odds we're going to get a city ending?
Ooh, I personally don't think so. I don't think so we're going to get a city ending. Maybe somewhere close. But yeah, Los Leones is right in the smack center. And there's 3 teams in Los Leones. Mezexis, WallStreetBets, and also 19 Esports. 19 Esports, one of those teams, unfortunately, in the previous game, they did get a couple of elim points for themselves. But then later on, they got taken out in quite an unfortunate way. But hopefully in this game, they're actually able to do quite well. Nova too. I think if you ask my predictions in this game, I'm actually going to go with Nova in this one. I think Nova might just take it.
Okay. Well, we have to go on ahead and keep an eye on it. Also, Mezexis, they're inside of that Los Leones area. Maybe they'll be able to go on ahead and continue the fire that they felt. I mean, playing this last match in a position that, like I said earlier, I felt like they were in a pretty rough spot, but somehow we're still able to just pull it off. Of course, it was a little bit of a teeth clencher, but they're able to do it, right? So maybe they'll be able to go on ahead and continue that trend now. Maybe they finally went on ahead, took a look at what they were doing in the first 2 days of the Super Weekend and figured out this time. Yeah, you can see that they even have the pro move scaling down the building.
Yeah, that's interesting. The way he was actually falling off that building. So I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the chat too can try and use those tricks. It's a good way to catch some enemies off guard who is trying to push you in the buildings, you know? You can try and hide all the way up. Yeah.
And imagine that people will just be like, oh, where'd this person go? Not even realizing that they were able to go on ahead and get down that building without taking that much damage the entire time. And this is what I was kind of expecting to be seeing this early on as well. You know, Miramar is such a big map that you really need to go on ahead and get yourself some sort of a vehicle. And those who don't, it's just going to be like this, just a big walking simulator for right now. Team Chosen definitely focusing on them because they are also a team we, of course, need to keep an eye on. So far right now, towards the bottom of that leaderboard, but they're just on the edge of this next zone. Maybe they'll go on ahead and really be able to bring it. There's just so many teams at this point, right? Necro, I feel like I'm a broken record already. Like, yeah, these guys can do well. These guys could go ahead and get a ton of points this match. But it's like the reason why I keep saying that is, you know, all these teams got to this point for a reason. All these teams can perform. And it's just after a bit, after they play against these lobbies for a while, they kind of have to identify and figure out what exactly how they need to be playing, right, to be able to do well. So I guess it's just the hope we know that these teams can do it. And being inside the first Super Weekend, they have to go ahead and get points. And this is the last day to do so.
Exactly. 4Pro's another one of those teams. Now, you talk about improvement. 4Pro's have been living up to the mark for sure. But again, the problem is that on the final day, there's going to be a little bit of more pressure. Now, it's the week 1, day 3 of the Super Weekend. Of course, you're going to expect the competition to even go higher. And also the pressures on these teams to go even higher as well. So 4Pros, I mean, looking okay-ish on the overall rankings, but I'm pretty sure they have a couple of players who have been known pretty well, especially Leon, as he used to play back in South Asia region, who used to play under the team called Skylights Gaming. Now, Leon, this kid has been an absolute insane player from the Nepal region, and now he's playing with a squad like 4Bros. I actually expected something more better, but hey, it's okay. It's just the week 1. They still have 2 more weeks to go ahead, so a lot of things can be done.
I mean, we've seen crazy things happen just in every single week of this kind of tournament format, right? I mean, we've seen some teams just not get inside of the first week whatsoever and then absolutely pop off the next 2. And it looks like Koi, speaking of popping off, is going to start it off with a nice knock and a flush onto Salty for 19 Esports. That's unfortunate loss super early on, down to a 3-man already. But at least the rest of them were able to find some sort of a cover, it looks like. But he was up there on top of that mountain trying to find a pick the entire time. That is some knowledge. He knew that there were people down here.
Oh, look at that. Salty already gets taken out. Already a casualty on their hands as Nova. They're already going to start moving in forward. They're quite close to 19 Esports, and they're straight up going to walk in there to the traps. I don't know if this is a trap or not at this point. As they already are a man short, so Nova, they're going to find themselves in a little advantage as they have a 2-2 split. Personally, not really a fan of split like this where it's going to be tough to try and get your teammates back up. But maybe if they're successfully able to use this split, then maybe they will be successfully able to sandwich 19 Esports.
Ooh. Oh man, it looks like Spec has spotted out his next target. Sunny Pig hiding inside this little this little shanty here. Looks like nowhere near him is any sort of teammates to kind of help him out, while the rest of Boring Protocol slowly surrounding it. It looks like Spec will find him out in the first place, getting a lot of damage. It'll be his teammate Sim L gonna be able to take him down. But of course, looks like he's literally on fire. Literally. Just gonna take a little bit of damage. You know, no big deal. He's surrounded by teammates. And again, a couple of more teams getting some picks. We've lost 2 people so far from being a little bit too far away from their teammates, it seems.
Yeah, Miramar games tend to be a little bit more slower, so it makes a lot of sense to action. But as I say that, I'm going to hold on to my words as Vamp, they take out one of the players. Lazarus, on the final day, definitely the struggles being seen. They are struggling quite a bit here, but they spot out Joey. There we go. This should be an easy knockout for this man. Confirms that elimination too. Now he's going to try and hunt down the rest of the players of Vamp as Godv out in the open doesn't really have the best cover to work with as his toes are exposed as well. But he's finally going to hide behind those little tires as Jachi. It's not going to let him go away that easily. It's that he's just straight up spraying the vehicle. As soon as Kaiseki moves out, he's able to find the opening, and God goes down.
That was a nice little sandwich there, being able to surround. Godv gets that knock there. We'll see if they'll be able to go on ahead and start grabbing these vehicles and making these big rotations because the blue zone is upon them. They have a long way to go to just get in the inside of this next zone. And Benny for Vamp is the last one. You can see him slowly moving out, trying to get somewhere safe. I mean, right behind him is going to be Lazarus, and he just needs to get out of there. He needs to get the heck out of Dodge if he's hoping to survive and get those placement points for his team.
Yeah, the only glimmer of hope for his team for sure. For those little placement points. Now he will have to try and snake it out. But hey, as they say, you know, snake it till you make it. That's all that matters. Nova on the top, being the Overwatchers over here.
Yeah, I mean, it worked for them once. Why not go on ahead and try a second time? And I mean, as a solo, right? I mean, you usually do have to try and stay as quiet as possible, play the rest of this game very differently than you would if you had your entire teammate. But I do believe that even a solo can entirely change a game, right? Like, they could totally just pop up wherever they were kind of being secretive and take down 1, 2, maybe even 3 on the best cases of a team and just completely change things around. So if they're able to stay alive all the way into the end and kind of change it, they have the opportunity, they have the power to decide who's going to go on ahead and win the game. So those solos, I don't ever count them out because we've seen some crazy things. And it does look like the zone is just going to go on ahead and center on up. So Benny, the solo, doesn't have too much further to go to get inside the zone once again. Still around that Los Leones area, a huge amount of mountains as well, actually, for people to get these high grounds. One of them actually being Chico from Knights, taking some shots down onto an enemy team. And it looks like they're actually just going to be driving away from that. So Knights, looks like they're just providing some cover as they're currently looking around for themselves. Ooh, here we go.
Yeah, and this is how things went down right here. 19 Esports, oh, what an angle too. QZZ, unfortunately, that's a big man taken out. And maybe I've just cursed Nova. I'm sorry, didn't mean to do that. But hey, a little too oblivious of the fact that there might just be someone from 19 Esports in that compound. So the compound left unchecked. And QZZ went down. Unfortunate stuff for Knights or Nova. But Knights over here on the hilltop having such a great spot right here. They can get so much visual info, it's insane. And they can always try and work off of with it. But XSET right next to them as well. Then you also see 4Bros right behind him. XSET, you better watch out because somewhere down the line today, at least in this game, I would say, XSET, they need to keep the momentum going. At least they need to start the momentum for themselves.
Oh, definitely. I mean, yesterday was not a good day for them whatsoever. Didn't seem like they could get in the top 5 at all. They were able to pick up a couple of kills. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're still at a really good place inside of the leaderboard, so they still were able to be consistent, I guess we can say. But they didn't have any of those huge pop-off moments. And when it comes to that, that's when you kind of worry, like, okay, are they still getting enough points where they're going to continue to hold on to the spot that they want to be, which we know to get into finals is actually a pretty good amount of people. It's 16 teams, so they at least have to stay up at the top to be in the top 16 by the end of all these super weekends. But the more points that they get now, earlier on inside the event, the easier it will be for them later. They can't wait for it to stay up to the very last week.
Oh man, Knights in the city as Los Leones makes a lot of sense too, why there's so many teams stacked up in the city, right in the smack center of the zone. But I personally don't really feel like we're going to be seeing a city finish. Mezexis spotting out a couple of players in the front. No shots connected just yet. Both these teams taking things quite slow. They're going to let a first knockout flow through and then maybe try and capitalize on top of it. But just yet, Knights, neither they have found any line of sights on the players of Mezexis.
Yeah, they're all right next to each other. I mean, what are the odds that they're going to be spotting each other out eventually, though, especially with this next zone about to pop? I mean, if it's not on top of them and they have to make some sort of rotation, they're going to be perpendicular to each other. So we have to wait and see for this first pop. It looks like the majority of these teams are finally just getting on in, not taking too much damage. You're right, Necro. Look at that. It arches off of the city up onto that northeastern side. I mean, don't get me wrong, the little edge of it is still inside the zone, but staying there is kind of a death wish at that point because Nova up on top of this huge hill, it'd be like shooting fish in a barrel down below.
Yeah, look at the split too from Nova, right? It's a 2-1 split, only 3 players left for Nova, so Kawhi is kind of in harm's way. He better try and reunite with his team, and I think so that's what he's trying to do. You do see him sitting in the vehicle, but look at the left side of the map. It's just a complete wave of vehicles moving inside. And interesting stuff for sure. Look at Execute, so down south, really far away from the zone. Polarize from the right too. I'm pretty sure as the circle is going to keep on shrinking down, there's not going to be a lot of cover to play around with.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, everybody coming down from the southern side, it's just going to be so congested down here, and we can already see it taking a look at this little mini map here. Everybody slowly popping up, trying to do some damage to the people around them. Boring protocol. Honestly, everybody, like taking a look at this, has somebody to kind of hold out from here. So we'll see if they're going to be able to get a couple of kills as people are still continuing their rotations, or if people just scrape on by. One of them, though, looks like Berber is slowly trying to get access, but J-Way was one step ahead, getting a knock and the flush. In the meantime, Vamp will be the first team eliminated. 15 teams still alive, excuse me. And 4 bros, it's time for them to go on ahead and disengage out of there. They don't know where the rest of the members of XSET is. He doesn't want to be taken down like his teammate, but it doesn't matter. Kill switch, turning it on, gets another one down.
Oh yeah, he does. 4 bros, what's going on? They're just getting dismantled. Leon is still up. He's trying to save his teammate right here, Russ. There we go. The helping buggy is going to save Russ's life, but XSET, they're going to push on forward as they do realize 4 bros is quite hurt, and this is their chance to try and strike him down. But XSET, they have gotten this control now. They were successfully able to shook off 4 bros from this top. Also getting the high ground control. XSET, they're right on the edge of the zone. But again, for now they will be good, but if the circle takes a hard shift away, then things are going to be looking quite shaky for them. Team Chosen, with a 3-man squad, not doing so great in the overall rankings, all the way in the bottom. This team is going to be feeling the real pressure.
Well, right now, they definitely have themselves a good spot to kind of play out of. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to continue to find themselves good spots out of here. It's just going to be so hard. I mean, you can see that the majority of the teams are on this southwestern side of this map. If this zone shifts over towards the eastern side, it's really going to mess up the majority of the teams here, and kind of being stuck in the center position, there's just no way for them to kind of make any sort of a safe rotation. So we have to wait and see. It's going to be popping soon, and it actually, hey, look at that. It's actually going to center right up on top of Boring Protocol. That's a really good location for them to kind of be off of, just off central. Looks like Team Chosen got that center spot, got themselves a little crate. Nova still over top of them. Of all the ton of teams are going to have to figure out a place to play in here. And again, this road is just so out in the open.
Yeah, usually in these kind of circles, right, teams tend to prefer to play on the edge of the zone. Makes a lot of sense, too. You don't want to be in the center and be the center of attraction. So Team Chosen, I don't know if that's a great thing or bad news, because Team Chosen, if they do one single wrong peek, their heads are going to get cut off instantly. Look at Knight. This is a big split for them. And Mezexis, they're moving quite close. 19 Esports is right there. Issue and Red, they have set up a little trap. Oh, Nate's quite close. It's going to take down Torres quite low as well. Peralta straight up moves out in the open. I don't know if that was a good push. But yeah, Issue is able to capitalize on top of it. Taz goes down too. They get the confirmation on 1 man. Now Mezexis, they're down to a 2-man squad. They tried their best to stay safe the man though. But it wasn't really a possible case just yet. 2 players alive from Mezexis. Now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Scratch that, make it a 1-on-2. Oh, but that nade from Issue is going to catch another one.
Making me jump here. It looks like now Issue trying to prep another one. There still is one just down below him. Okay, the nade will go off, actually doing a ton of damage. He's going to push off of that, knowing he did some damage, and down they go. 19 Esports come out of that one. First grenade elimination we can see there, and he will be able to get the res onto one of his teammates, so they'll be able to stay 3 up. It looks like right in front of them, though, they're going to have to kind of figure out the Knights, Nova, Team Panthers. There's still just a ton of teams in this area, which is what we were expecting, because from the beginning, everybody was coming from the south.
Yeah. And look at Team Panthers. Oh, that's a little dink right onto his head. Poppy. But he barely makes it back to safety. Has a level 3 helmet to try and secure his head for now. 13 teams alive. That's quite a lot of teams too. But a lot of cover to play around with. A lot of ridges too to play around with. Nova having a really good spot in the zone. They're looking quite decent for now. But if it takes the hard shift away, then things will not be that great for sure. Team Panthers, who did quite well in the previous game, it's going to be hard for them to keep the momentum going, as it's all down to Poppy.
Yeah, no, he's just going to be chilling out on that little wall there from now on. He's going to hope to kind of move on in when Nova is distracted at this point, but that's all he can do. He's just holding onto those placement points, just not moving as he's waiting for everybody else inside of this zone to be taken out so he can slowly gain up those rankings. But right now, still down to the southern side, a majority of people. Looks like a couple people right on the edge. We got Execute here. They're starting to make their way on up slowly. Actually, in between two other teams. Kind of have to be careful in this position. I don't think BTOWN is going to be making a move towards them from their spot, but they definitely have angles on them. And I mean, if WallStreetBets decides to go on ahead and kind of check out their northern side, that could just be it for Execute. So they have to be careful on this. Again, the next zone is about to pop. Nobody at this point wants to get in a fight, as this is going to show itself, because they might need to make some sort of a huge rotation, and that is just the last thing anybody wants to find themselves in. Looks like one will go down in the zone. Well, and
no.
Necro, this is horrible.
Yeah, this is not a good news for a lot of teams, especially down south. Look at Knights, they were right on the edge of the wall of death, like right on the edge of the blue, so that's not going to be a good news for a team like Knights, but we do see a huge charge in coming through from the side of WallStreetBets. They already find 2 players, now they're going to convert it into a third, as Baba as well is going to chime in. Another one to try and take out Team Execute. They're getting absolutely obliterated in this one. Jason is trying to run for his life, but he also gets found through the smoke. That's a great find from 24K. It's all down to Yang now, trying to hold down this fort, but he's not going to be able to do so. The final glimmer of hope eliminated for Execute.
That was the fear that I saw come true, honestly. I mean, WallStreetBets, at this point, with this zone hard shifting up to the northern side, their best kind of a rotation actually is along the side of this eastern edge. So they started with Execute. They're going to have to keep on going, eventually run to BTOWN. But meanwhile, HQA running into Polar Ace. They're going to be trading bullets back and forth. Ace definitely in the worst side of things, the furthest away from this zone, right up against the blue zone, as the Panthers are also eliminated. Let's see if HQA are going to be able to successfully hold these guys out, as they're actually still trying to find themselves a spot as well.
Oh, they are, and Samuel now as well is going to chime in. As HQA from the sidelines, they're going to try and do some work as well. Polar Ace Trey in the front is quite low, not really looking that great for Polar Ace. But Trey, yeah, he's also taking a lot of damage from the wall of death. He has no other choice. He needs to stay there. If he moves out, it's pretty much going to be it for Trey. His teammate knocked in the front. You will have to let him go at this point. There's no way to get the fallen man back up. Repositioning coming through. But Trey still needs to make his mark in the zone. No, but they have moved in, but the position they have is quite shaky.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is completely out in the open. You can see Kindness definitely aware of that, just completely prone right now. Koi above him can provide some sort of a cover, but right now, BTOWN, full-out fight onto WallStreetBets. Nice shots coming through from Steve-O. It looks like a trade might come through, though. Midnight, no, just barely can't catch him through that smoke, but he does push forward, and he will be taken down. That means WallStreetBets will be out. Trey will be falling right afterwards. It looks like he was able to do a little bit of damage to getting a knock onto Jazz there, but other than that, that is it. Knights now again in a fight with XSET. Looks like J7 will go down, and J-Way, that might just be it for XSET. Only 1-2 I think left alive here, as at Knights they're just starting to try and drive away, actually in a huge split now as they're taking their next fight. This next zone's about to pop too. They're sending it.
Yeah, no sending moment completely from Knights and BTOWN. It's going to be tough for them to try and hold this fort down. It's all down to Midnight now. In the front, Midnight all by himself between a team like Knights. Things definitely are going to get tough. I can feel this man's heartbeat. He knows it's the Knights who are pretty much all the way on the top, but this nade might just be cooked for perfection. Is it, though? That's what I want to know. But no, a little bit of reflect nade coming through from the side of Knights. Was able to chip down a little bit of damage onto Midnight. He takes a headshot, taken down so low now, Midnight. No way he's going to be able to clutch this out because he's quite low. Chico, this nade might just confirm the knock for him. It's quite close, but not just yet. Midnight moves out in the nick of time.
I was so ready for Midnight's nade to do everything, but then we saw it bounce right on back. That is just unfortunate when it comes to those placements, it seems. Looks like he will toss out a couple more utility. Chico now running out and from the blue zone right in front of him. He might be able to get at least one more person left down, but no, Chico's teammate is there. Chico, just barely surviving the blue zone as well. The next zone has to reveal itself. They have a long way to go, and they still have to take out the rest of BTOWN. Looks like, Broken Protocol also out here as well. There's a lot of people in front of him.
Jimmy, the final man left alive for BTOWN. He saw his teammates just die in front of his eyes, so he needs to try and get the revenge against Knights. 3 players of Knights up. It's a 1-on-3. Are Knights going to get this? This should be a possibly An easy kill for Knights, and yep, that's what exactly happens. They pretty much wrap things up. They sweep their way in, or at least they're trying to sweep their way in. But look at the other zone. The next zone is being controlled by Boring Protocols, and that's quite a huge split coming out. Acer and Spec separated out quite a lot from each other, but I like the confidence Boring Protocols are showing today.
Oh yeah, I saw Spec kind of crawl on out there, and you gotta love the aggressiveness, but it does look like it won't work out for one of them. Acer now trying to go get that res on the Spec as XSET is eliminated. This is down to our last 4 teams here, Necro, and it does still look like Boring Protocol. Huge advantage here, unless with this split, if the Knights push these two, then it could completely mess it up. Looks like they will be kind of picking each other up. They're trying to make some sort of a movement happen. This might put themselves in a safer spot. We'll have to wait and see where Knights is going to go, or if the rest of their teammates can provide them cover.
Oh, that's a really good choice from his side. That's a brilliant move from Acer. He carries Spec on his back, and he pretty much drops him inside the zone. So now they don't have to worry about the blue zone anymore. He can go for a res. Spec should be able to reset pretty well. Boring Protocols over here do realize they're in a controlling position. They have the most amount of zone occupied too, so it's going to be tough to get the zone away from them. Having the controlling position, also having a little bit of high ground to work with. Acer, or Boring Protocols in general, they can try and swipe this lobby down, but again, Knights is going to be one of those teams that's going to be a thorn in their way.
That was a really nice angle the Knights has onto the team up to their northern side as well. Honestly, in this zone, the 2 places I think is the strongest is from Boring Protocol and the Knights. We can see another knock actually coming through onto, unfortunately for HQA, kind of stuck here inside of all these ridges. I just don't think, I think that Knights is just in control of all of the peaks onto them, and they have to deal with another team pushing them from the northern side, which is the solo from Lazarus, actually. So we'll have to see, first of all, if Lazarus can make it through HQA. I don't even know. It's just, this is down to the very last circle, I feel like. After getting rid of these last 2 teams up to their northern side, as that huge nade coming through from Xenox takes out the rest, another member of HQA here, there's just 2 solos left.
Yeah, there is. This pretty much is like Knights and Boring Protocols fight. Boring Protocols have all their players up, and Knights with a 3-man squad. I mean, we've seen them pull off some insane plays with this 3-man roster, as Xenox is going to get the confirmation, the final nail in the coffin for Lazarus. Now Lazarus out the game. It's all down to HQA. King Pig, the final man left to life for this team. And I'm pretty sure King Pig is making sure that he's not giving his position away, but still, it's going to be a tough task for him because the entire squad of Knights, they're just marching forward, and I'm pretty sure they spot out this little snake in the bush, and they take him down.
That's a nice, another kill point for themselves. We can see actually 12 eliminations for Knights so far, now pushing up on to the last team in their way for the chicken dinner. It is Boring Protocol. The thing is, it is a 4v3. And the Knights, I have to say, they might have a little bit of a disadvantage in where they're located. They're kind of underneath the ridge here. It's Boring Protocol that's in control of this entire peak, unless Chico here can really make something happen hiding behind this rock. We'll have to wait and see. I feel like if Knights, if they get the first 1-2 knocks, that could really turn things around. But otherwise, honestly, both these teams would have to run in the complete open to make some sort of an aggressive push on each other.
Exactly. This is the fear of Knights. Boring Protocols too, taking things so slow against this team. Even if Knights are just a 3-man, it's okay. They still got Xenox up and Tense up. These 2 players can make some insane plays happen for sure. And Chico from the Mac can try and provide some cover fire. Look at Knights. They are quite spread out, but the next circle shift is kind of close to the players of Boring Protocols. So I would say they're also being blessed by the zone now. This better be a Boring Protocol win.
I feel like it does go in their way just based off of the placement, right? Just based off of their location side of this zone. But also, I really think that if Chico gets a couple knocks here, maybe Knights could turn this around. But let's see. Boring Protocol it stood up to try. But there we go. Chico, again, that M16 has that alternate angle. It does have something big. The thing is, it's still a 3v3. There's still a chance Boring Protocol or the Knights could take this just based off of basic numbers. Xenox has taken low. But here comes out the smokes. They're trying to provide themselves some cover to take this fight.
Oh, they've made a scratch, and now they're trying to rub the salt on top of that scratch. But Knights, oh, they're being denied heavily. It's all down to Chico now. A Spec
Wow.
Oh, there we go. The final hope also gets taken out from Knights. Now Knights getting eliminated on second place, and Boring Protocols, they come out on top in this one. Hey, I said Boring Protocols, they were going to win the last game. Or maybe, okay, I guess something just happened and the prediction didn't really go right, but maybe Boring Protocol, they won this game. It's okay.
Just delayed. Just delayed.
Yeah, just
a
delayed a
tiny
little bit. There's like a little bit of ping issue, I guess. Whatever.
Yeah, I guess so. But they won this one, and against the Knights, which, as we know, I mean, everybody keeps talking about them. The Knights, you know, they're just such an amazing, difficult team, and just really Boring Protocol just had an amazing position over them, and they're really able to take them down. But both teams, I gotta say, I was kind of biting my nails at the end there, because also, not even considering the terrain there, just off of the knocks that they were getting, I couldn't guess who 100% was going to take that one.
I mean, Knights is just always a team, right? Even if there's one last man alive, you can always expect an insane fight from that one final man alive. But Knights overall, yesterday too, we saw some insane clutches from this team. And Knights, we know what they're capable of. But Boring Protocol finally showing themselves up. And I want to see, are they going to be able to catapult themselves on the first page of the board? Let's find out after this short break.
How much health will you lose if you jump out from the top of the Novo platform? That's the platform right beside crates.
Okay. I'm thinking 80.
Probably 100 HP.
I think you're gonna get knocked.
You said you're gonna get knocked, so 100 HP.
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Second question is, how long can you stay underwater before you start losing health?
Maybe 10 seconds.
I think 10 seconds.
I'll go for 15.
All right, third question. How long does it take for a player to bleed out once he is knocked during the first zone?
Maybe 40 seconds.
40 seconds?
40 seconds.
Final answer?
No, like, yeah, 40 to 50 seconds. Okay.
I would say 1 minute.
It's gonna be 1 minute.
1 minute flat?
At this point, I'm just guessing around. Like 1 minute and 10 seconds.
What is the maximum number of vehicles that can spawn inside Pachinki only? Outsides, like, you know, the church side vehicles are not included. So how many vehicles inside Pachinki?
Just 2.
All right, so inside there should be 2 vehicles.
2.
Last but not least, okay? There's a big one here. Gotta get this one right, okay? You ready?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. How many different scopes are there in the game?
8. I would 8 scopes.
Well, I would say 6, but if the holographic one counts as a different scope, I would say 7.
Okay, so you said 7. Final answer?
Yeah, I'll take 7.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A pool prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Woo, that last match there. I was getting a little too close for comfort. As a matter of fact, I am staying super hyped right now. First off, I got to give a huge shout out to our sponsors. That's right, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. So going back to that for that last game, I saw Boring Protocol versus the Knights, and we were talking at the back, and I was saying, all right, if Bob loses this one, we're never letting him down, right? And then we started trying to predict, okay, what was their comms like? What was their comms like? And Zute, why don't you break it down what you thought their comms like were that one?
I mean, Boring Protocol definitely knew they were against the Knights, right? The Knights just finished off HQA in the kill feed, and the Knights, Boring Protocol had 4, 7 alive, so there was 1 down from the Knights. First question is, who's down from the Knights, and is it Coops? That was probably what the comms were. I'm predicting that they were all worried about Coops, and well, the Knights didn't have Coops, and they brought that fight really close. But Boring Protocol, take a look at the match rankings. They got the chicken, and it was a much-needed chicken. 26-point finish, 7.
It really was, and I mean, the Knights still being able to clutch up there, 24 points. And then the Chosen, hey, 5 points. I like it, Chosen. I like it because Vamp, it's currently, I'm pretty sure, is going to be the last team right now in the top 16, and they were only able to acquire just 1 point. It is a bit disappointing there to see Mezexis Esports with just 0 points and 4 Bros with 0 points. These are 2 teams. I mean, we saw what Mezexis was able to do in the last match, but 4 Bros, I was expecting to continue for you guys to continue the trend of what we were able to see yesterday. That so far, it doesn't seem today, Sute, it seems like it's a completely different 4 Bros team.
Yeah, 4 Bros on the first day. Whew, that was not the 4 Bros that we saw in League, but they are back. They're looking a lot better. Still got some stuff to work out though, of course, but hey, I think that's great that all the teams that did struggle on the first day pretty much are bringing it back up to the top, at least for the teams that we are expecting to do better is finally starting to do better.
Indeed, man. We just seen plays coming out all over the place. HQA putting some points on the board. The real big shiners, though, Boring Protocol. I mean, they needed this match. I mean, I can't stress that enough. This is the last day of this Super Weekend. We need to see a lot of teams step up here as we go into this next Erangel match that's about to come up here in just a little bit. Man, look at this. Trey from Polar Ace getting some nice shots there on Jazz. So, 7, my big question is this. In that fight, even though Boring Protocol had the advantage, do you think that the Knights win that if they have Coops up?
100%. Don't worry, we'll get to the flyover, okay? We'll get to the flyover, and then maybe we can hypothetically talk about how if it was the spec, it was versus Scoops, what could have happened. We'll get to that. But you mentioned something there earlier as we were looking at the highlights, and I'm just going to let these highlights play out. Trey from Polar Ace. Trey, man, I got to give you a huge shout out. I've been talking about Kiyoshi. Trey has actually been putting up great numbers ever since we talked about him being the healing master of Sanhok, being the healing master of NA. He has been a consistent player for Polar Ace, and I'm hoping Kiyoshi or somebody else from Polar Ace starts stepping it up, because pretty soon we're going to go look at some of the stats from there. And right here, I mean, Bob had to win that. And as we go here to the top players, this is actually a pleasant surprise for me, Sute, as we see now Tensa being able to put out the most damage and the most ilims as well.
Yeah, Tensa, I have heard, is the IGL for the team, and I think Tensa really shone through in that match in particular, because if you guys paid attention, the circle hard shifted away from the Knights every shift possible up until the very last few. They had to fight and scrap their way all the way through, and I think Tensa's leadership and navigating the team was done beautifully well. That was one of the most difficult zone shifts I've seen for a team like the Knights, and that was actually probably one of their better games. Intensa leading the charge with 7 eliminations. I mean, this team's got the whole entire package. It's no big surprise, 7, that they're in first place overall still.
Yeah, no surprise at all. And I think for anybody that's aspiring to become one of the best players in NA or any region, if you do this pose, that pose right there, I think that's definitely going to help you out as we go here towards the Boring Protocol stats. I mean, what can we talk about Boring Protocol? The average points, right? By the way, this is the Super Weekend versus what they have been able to do here today. Overall, they improved on the ilims, they improved on the average survival time too, they improved on those points, and they improved on the damage. I'm intrigued to see which player is the one that's going to be stepping it up. Overall, we have seen Carnage actually being able to put up some great numbers for this team. And here, you guys were kind of joking about it. This is now the perfect time to do that. This is when Carnage is wondering, it's Coops a lie? Is that right, Sute?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as the confirmation that it was like, oh, Coops did go down on the kill feed, Carnage was feeling it. He's like, all right, Coops can't stop me now. I'm gonna make my move. He steps up, and then the side angle from Chico. Carnage goes down. But, I mean, you said Carnage stepping out, Samuel stepping out, Acer stepping out. I still feel like it's Spec at the end of the day that's really carrying the Boring Protocol team. We saw Spec finish that match with 6 eliminations, and I think Boring Protocol overall finished that match with a total of 11 eliminations. So 6 of them, more than half, was on to the side of just Spec alone. So, I mean, this team is looking good, but Spec is looking even better still.
Especially when you get those off angles right there. You have the team, your team, absolutely confusing the other team over there, and you're over here just being Spec, like, okay, I got you.
You always look at those positionings, and you always happen to just see Spec in the perfect spot. I mean, he's definitely been a huge difference maker for Boring Protocol. I think it's only a matter of time. Now that they have a real player that they can rally behind and get that confidence with, before I think this team really just starts like interlocking their hands together and start putting in that work. You know they got the experience, but I think we're still waiting to see that time where they just start popping off consistently. That's what I think we definitely need to start seeing. But a big chicken dinner here is huge. We still got a few maps here coming up really soon here. Why don't we take a look at some squads here that, you know, we need to see perform a little bit more, right? I'm talking about Vamp. I think Vamp is a squad that we've seen needing to have those pop-off games just like them. And then we're gonna go look at their performances here so far. Seven, why don't you break it down for us?
We will definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, you know we can't be all butterflies, sunrise. We gotta bring some thunderstorm to this show, and that's exactly what we're about to do. Vamp, a team that definitely needs the points, definitely needed to step it up. It's a completely different contrast from the graphic that we just showed you with Boring Protocol. Their average points are actually down. Their average elims are down. Average survival time way down to 30. You cannot even do anything in those 13 minutes. It takes me 13 minutes to loot myself in Classic. I mean, when you're talking about average damage, 354 average damage, what are you guys doing? Are you guys trying to find some birds in the sky? You're looking at your cute Godzilla pet? Like, this is not the stats that I want to see of a team that's currently in the Super Weekend. And the reason why I'm being so harsh is because I don't want none of these teams to get blessed and somehow make it to the finals and then have a pop-off performance in finals, and that's who's going to be representing us in the future. No, I want consistency, ladies and gentlemen. Consistency.
Speaking about consistency, we got 2 of the most consistent players playing in this PMPL NA7, none other than Tensa and Spec. From that last match alone, this is the head-to-head. Of course, Tensa with 7 eliminations, Spec with 6, but both of these players have been putting in so much work for the team. I mean, just take a look at the headshots, the assists, knockouts, eliminations. This was from one singular game. Both of these guys absolutely popped off on that last match, Hot Jukes.
Indeed, man. I think Seven, I think you took the words out of my heart, man. You know, that's what we're looking for here, guys. For everybody watching, we're looking for a team personally, right, that's going to be able to represent us in the globals, right? We want to see an NA team make it all the way there. Last year, we didn't even have a squad make it. So, you know, we see the Knights, right? We see Boring Protocol. We're seeing those shining stars come out, and we know that's the teams that we want representing us. And Seven, like Seven said, you know, I for sure, right? Just like Seven, don't want to see a team that's been struggling this whole tournament pop off in the finals and take away one of those slots from one of these consistent squads. So I want to see them either start stepping it up right now, right? Start showing that work so we can start putting our faith inside of them. But we'll see how it all goes, right? Seven, what do you think about that, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you just repeating exactly what I'm saying, baby. That's what I'm talking about. By the way, when we're talking about consistency, I'm not talking about the consistency in the downtrend that we saw there for Vamp. I'm talking about good consistency, okay? Don't get it twisted.
Oh my gosh.
Don't get it twisted.
That's right, indeed, indeed. We got to see them start rising up, Zute.
Besides Vamp, right? Any other squad do you think that he'll have the chance to be able to pop off here?
Any other team? I'll just throw one out there. XSET, they still haven't really popped off, and they need to pop off at least one game today.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to as we get into this next game. Taking it off the Erangel. Let's go.
That's starting all the way from the south, from Sanhok military base, and ending towards Severny. Now, I personally feel like this might just be the game of nights, because we've always seen, right? We've always seen whenever Knights, they're over here, and especially if the previous game for them has been the best game. I mean, it wasn't really the best, but they were quite consistent. They got the second place. And we have seen Knights, they're just really good at holding that momentum down. They're just really good at keeping the flow going at the game. So I feel like this one has to be a game where Knights actually takes it in their bag. As we do see the plane flap path proceeding, Mezexis, of course, they're going to try and go towards the military island, kind of closer to Nova Rupnoi. 4Pros as well, they're going to drop somewhere off right there. Another one of those teams that has been on the struggling phases, even yesterday and today, has to be XSET. Now, everything this team's that they're trying to do, it's just not working out. What can XSET do to try and make things work for them? I mean, up till now, the inconsistency has been always an issue. Even last year, even this year as well, the inconsistency has been an issue for them. Even though they are the defending champions of the PMPL NA, but this time, at least this year, in the Super Weekend itself, they're not looking that great. At least in the week one, they are in the first half of the board. But again, what we expect from XSET, this is not what I personally wanted them to see. I wanted them to at least be in the top 3, but somewhere down the line, the struggles being seen from their side too. Nova, I actually wanted them to win the previous game, but unfortunately, that wasn't really the case. And as you take a look at the circle as well, nothing really special, a pretty standard classic circle. So all the teams, they are going to take their sweet little time to try and loot around. Look at the split that 4Bro has, though. A huge split. A 2-2 split coming through from their side. 2 players on the military island, 2 players right next to Fair Pier. This is going to be an interesting one. Has Execute did their homework? And are they going to try and punish 4Pros? That's what I want to know, because the HQA is right next to Execute as well. There is a lot of threat lingering around for all these teams. But now, as Boring Protocols, they have won that previous game. They're right in the center of the zone as well, in the Pachinki area. I'm pretty sure they're going to be feeling on top of the game. They're going to be feeling on Cloud 9. It's going to be an interesting one for sure, as we do see Mezexis as well. They're still taking their time to actually go all the way towards Nova Rupnoi. The plane flight path was a little bit on the left, so it makes a lot of sense too, but that's a lot of time wasted on the early phases of the game, and that's not what you want to see. 19 Esports towards Georgia Pool. They still have to get their hands on the guns and loot, so I'm expecting them to be there for a long time now. Alucard usually tends to be the final man left over or left alive for this team. Whenever a fight goes down in 19 Esports, they aren't really able to come on top of that fight. But if you personally ask me which team I do want team to step up, I personally would say Polar Ace. Polar Ace has been doing pretty okay, especially yesterday. I would say the performance was pretty okay. And they are pretty in an okay spot in the overall rankings too. Not really the best, but hey, I feel like they are coming true to the expectations.
I gotta agree with you on that one, Necro, but okay is only okay, right? When you're a competitor, when you're playing in the PMPL NA, when you want to make it to the next stage, when you have your eyes set on the PMGC, okay does not cut it. But we are at the very beginning of the year, right, Necro? So starting off okay is actually not too bad, so I got to agree with you on that one. Being okay is okay. They still got a lot of time to work out their synergy and etc. As long as they can make that top 16 into the finals, which will help them, you know, qualify on to future stages, you know, they'll still have a running shot.
We also saw Seven being really savage and giving some critical views on Vamp, and makes a lot of sense too, right? Vamp, they have been caught doing a lot of rookie mistakes, and now it's time to step up. As you guys said, this is the PMPL North America. This is a really big stage in itself, and if you're not going to be able to do that well, especially the expectations that we had from this team, they're not really able to live up to the mark. Vamp, they need to start doing something. What do you think? So what is that one factor that is really missing out from Vamp?
Just experience. I mean, this Vamp team is very new. most of the players, to put it very bluntly, I don't recognize. Like, I'm sure these players have been competing for a little bit, but not at the higher tier levels, right? That we, as casters and analysts usually keep an eye on. The only name that really stands out to me from Vamp is Rage. Rage is the Thumbs player that, actually had a really good debut and showing, but he has yet to really find himself on a solid roster. And with this Vamp team, he's got the experience, and I'm sure he's doing as much as he can to, have his experience carry the team over. But at the end of the day, when you form a newer roster with more inexperienced players, you just can't expect too much. To put it into perspective, though, we have 20 teams in the PMPL NA, and they're one of the 16 playing in the Super Weekend. So they're still doing better than some other teams, so not to throw them under the bus too much there.
I mean, okay, yeah, they're still doing kind of okay. They were able to qualify from the league days, and they were able to come here in the Super Weekend. But usually from what I've seen, right, the teams that are really struggling on Super Weekend Week 1, it's going to be tough for them to actually bounce back in the Week 2 too. Sometimes maybe they're not even going to be able to qualify because there's always going to be that little pressure on the back of your head. There's always going to be those little thoughts on the back of your head that's going to keep on affecting your mentality in the game.
Yeah, it'll definitely come into play. It'll definitely affect things. Another team I want to mention that we have on screen right now is TC. Now, this is a team that I picked to do well. To be honest with you, I did say at the very beginning when I made the prediction that, this is a team that I'm rooting for, not necessarily a team that I'm expecting to do well. And yeah, they're in 15th place overall. For meme's sake, I almost kind of hope they were in 16th so I could do the whole, oh, I was just, doing the cast a curse excuse, that's why I picked DC. But Vamp is actually now in 16th place, 1 point behind the Chosen. But you and I both saw the Chosen in the qualifiers. When they're playing really confident, when they feel like they're better than a lot of these other teams, they could absolutely just run over teams and do whatever they want. Now, we also talked about this. They can't do that in this lobby because there are other teams that are better than them, so they can't just get away with everything. But Necro, my question for you is, do you think that they need to find a balance between pushing the limits and just being comfortable and thinking they're better and seeing if they could get away with it versus playing way more passive like they have been and just, really sinking down the leaderboards?
Okay, look, from what I saw them play in the qualifiers, they always have been really passive, right? No matter what, we know in qualifiers there's not really a lot of experienced team playing, and they were doing quite good. But Vamp has always been, from the start, they've always been one of those teams that don't really like to take fights to others. If the fight is thrown onto them, then they will surely go ahead and take the fight. But Vamp hasn't been one of those aggressive teams. They like to hold their ground, and they like to play for the placement points first. And that's how they're playing here too. But again, as you beautifully mentioned, if that is not working out, it's not going to hurt you to try new strategies, right? In the end of the day, you always got to keep trying things, and it's just week 1. You still have 2 more weeks to go ahead. And I mean, throughout these days, you haven't really been able to do so. So sticking to the same strategy and hoping with your fingers crossed that it works, I don't feel like it's the best way to go.
I like your point, yeah. At the end of the day, try something new. Whether it be more aggressive, more passive, more strategic, more rotational focus, try something new. Now, TC, it's pretty obvious what they've been doing is not working. Hopefully, they are trying to adapt things as the matches go on. And they kind of have a little bit of leeway with the fact that they made the first Super Weekend and there's 4 teams that didn't, right? So I feel like they should really utilize this Super Weekend, what few matches that they have left, to really push the envelope in different ways in terms of changing things up. And speaking about changing things up, we're changing up the circles as we are heading into the next circle shift. Circle number 2, heading more towards the western side, a very familiar area of Erangel for many of these teams, Necro.
An interesting one too. Look at the wave of vehicles just moving in. Nova too being one of them. Now went with Knights in this one because we usually know Knights, when they do get their eyes on the prize, they usually do end up taking it. So that's why I went with Knights. But Over here, we have HQA, who did spot out the rotation in the front. It's going to be the people, or it's going to be the players of BTOWN. And Boring Protocols are right next to them. Maybe they're trying to challenge this hilltop, and that's what exactly happens. But Carnage is going to respect them, and he's going to fall back to his teammates.
Yeah, circle number 2, not really worth fighting for certain positions.
Oh.
Because the circle's so big, and I was just talking about TC changing things up.
Wow.
Not the way. Is that a caster curse?
There we go.
moment?
Now they're going to be in the bottom place. You wanted them to be on 16th. Now they're going to be on 16th.
I guess so, Necro. I guess. unless Necro, unless if Vamp also go out with not getting a single point, then Vamp will stay. It's the battle for the 16th place, and I mean, that's a little bit toxic, I must say. So I apologize in advance, but I mean, honestly, this TC team, it's like the second I mention them, they go out to cast a curse. Like comedic relief here, man. Give me a break. I really don't wish any bad luck on any of these teams, but it's quite ridiculous how.
Hey.
Yeah.
Zoom. For the first time, something has happened that you actually hoped to happen.
That doesn't help, Necro. That does not help. That's even worse. Because I'm usually always okay. So here, yeah, that's definitely worse. Because here's the thing. I'm usually cheering for teams, right? And then they do bad. So everyone's like cast a curse. And the one time I joke about a team, hey, you may as well just do bad, it actually happens. That's so much worse.
Maybe try it. Maybe now try supporting a team. Maybe it'll work out. Check.
Maybe I should
the luck on your side.
I'm just not gonna do anything with teams anymore. I'm just gonna
go ahead and guess a team. Go ahead and guess a team.
What? Just throw a name out there for no reason?
Yeah, throw a name. Yeah, which team you think is gonna win? Let's see.
Let me take. Hold on. Let me actually analyze the map here real quick. I'm taking a look at the mini map right now. So honestly, I would have to say Nova is playing a really good split. They have a nice center control of the zone. So I'm rooting for Nova. We'll see if Nova ends up meeting some tragic demise in the next few circles, Necro.
Let's see what happens now. You went with Nova, I went with Knights. Let's see how things are going to be looking like for Nova, because we do see Team Panthers moving up quite close to Nova from the back. So maybe there's going to be a fight happening soon, but Boring Protocols as well, taking a lot of shots in the front. If I'm not wrong, this has to be the 19 esports squad. And the circle actually hard shifts away from Nova, so that means now the problems are just going to keep on occurring for Nova, as they're straight up going to try and breach in the zone. And they will have to go through a couple of teams, but maybe they're just going to find a safe rotation. And yes, they do. They're right on the edge of the zone for now. No casualties just yet.
Yeah, so that's probably the worst shift possible for Nova. But like you said, it does look like they'll find some rotation into the zone, some safe position. And it's still kind of early into the game. I know we're heading into the late game right now, almost. But the circles could still favor Nova. And wow, Nova's actually going really deep with their rotation. See right there, they're cutting down the middle. And Kindness is knocked. And Kindness is finished. The first player eliminated on this circle shift. So, wow. I have no words, Necro. I have nothing more to say. Don't ask me anything about pick a team or whatever, because I just talk about TC, that their first team eliminated, and then you asked me to pick a team. I picked Nova, the first player eliminated on the circle shift rotation. This is something else, man. This is something else.
I don't know. What do you do, bro? I honestly don't know at this point. What do you do? How is this possible, Zute? How? Tell me. How do you go with a team and all the time they just end up doing bad?
Dude, I mean, you should...
Look at Koi so far away from the rest of the team. There's no way he's going to be able to survive that. Like, he's really far away.
You're right.
It's just downhill from now on for Nova.
Yeah, we've actually never seen Nova be this far separated from each other on rotation either. So yeah, you're absolutely right. I know the viewers can't see it, but Koi is right underneath the U of Ruins, which is like pretty much the northern half of the circle, and the other two players of Nova are on the edge of the southern circle. I mean, we know Nova do splits, but this is not a split that they want to be doing or a planned one. This was them going on rotation and just getting super separated. Jeez.
Oh, man.
Nova can't be in a worse position, I would have to say. But the Knights, your pick, they're looking good. Coming in on the edge of zone together as 4 players with the high ground in a key position to take more fights on their way working into the circle.
Oh, look at Mezexis now. Unfortunately, another player goes down. Now Knights, they're going to be really happy as Boring Protocols. They're just spoiling the game of Mezexis. But hey, I had another idea, Zute, right? So for Nova to reunite, Polar Race needs to go down. So maybe just say Polar Race, they need to get taken out. Say it. So Nova will be in a good spot.
I'm not entertaining any more ideas. Next circle comes out. Hey, Koi's got the zone. I don't know if Nova's going to try and rotate through all that chaos through right down the middle and try and group up with Koi. But Koi's going to have to hold down the edge of zone at a compound too, solo. Meaning there's a higher chance that a team's going to try and take that edge position because it is a compound. And if anything, 4 bros, it looks like they're heading that way as Alucard trying to take some shots. You see Koi right there on the left side, but it looks like 4 bros not going to take that compound. QZZ in the, oh, he knocked someone and now he's knocked, taking a fight with BTOWN. And QZZ is eliminated. There's a high chance Nova might be the next team to be eliminated as Shifan caught in the crosshairs of 4 bro. I mean, Koi is still up, and he might be able to snake it out. 4 bros shot at. Yeah.
Might be able to snake it out. All props to Zute, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just kidding. But yeah, no other. Yeah, Shifan goes down. I'm pretty sure Koi is trying his best to get the fallen man back up, but it's going to be next to impossible because Shifan's out in the open. So at this point, you might as well just count him out, but he's still going for it though. So props should be given to this man. Knights, they're moving forward. They have this little dip to work with. But is their back clear? That's what I want to know because Mezexis is right in their back. And if Mezexis, if they do find this high ground on top of Knights, the Knights, their hopes and dreams will be spoiled.
Yeah, Mezexis right now, they're more worried about the Boring Protocol team because that's the team right in front of them in the next circle that they need to get to. But you're absolutely right. The Knights also is a trouble for them if they move in ahead. So Mezexis caught in a very difficult position with only 2 players, and I think both of their vehicles are done for. You see neither of them standing next to their cars, so I think those cars are completely scrapped for. They're going to have to make it in on foot, which is very unlikely. Shifan does get revived by QZZ.
Oh.
And, ooh, the shots. The DP28. Carnage knocking Chico. Yahir gets the trade onto Carnage. Mezexis might use this opportunity to move in a little bit closer here.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. Inactive always spots out the res happening in the front. Boring Protocol. They had the best position in the zone, but they still somehow mess it up. And Inactive now, he's just going to keep on hammering it down as he's also getting shot from the back. Unfortunately, it's all down to Spec, though. We've seen this man pull off some insane plays in the past, and we know what he's capable of as well. And it's quite close. But Mezexis, they're not going to catch any amount of damage from that nade. Spec is trying his best to hold on the forward.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Looking quite tough. Yep, that's a good nade. Is taken down quite low as well, but he's also taking shots from the back. Too many angles to try and cover.
Dang, Spec is trying so hard to hold it down, but they're being pressured by the Knights now from the northern side, and Mezexis, and XSET from distance has some sightlines into that area, so the only thing really keeping them afloat right now are the smokes. Switching on over to another fight on the southern side, we got HQA pushing into the Panthers. Circle shifts right into the middle, right on top of the 4 bros team. This fight in the warehouse is going to be huge because this warehouse is in the next zone.
Ooh. Subpig goes down. That's a great nade placement. Team Panthers now, they're going to look really confident. That's what happens. Poppy moves straight out in the open. He knows the smoke is blocking the other player's vision, so he has nothing to worry about. Most also gets taken out, but it's okay. It's going to be a clear path for him to try and make it back to safety. And Boring Protocols, they also get eliminated, following it up with Nova. Any thoughts on that, Zute? What do you think? Which team is in a really good spot now, Zoo?
I'm just going to say real quick, Nova went out in 14th place, so they weren't the immediate next team eliminated after TC. Oh, that's all I got in terms of my cast to curse. It's still not that great. But yeah, teams that are looking good, definitely WallStreetBets, right? They have the zone and they also have the compound to work with. So WallStreetBets, I mean, I hope they don't get cursed here. They have 4 up in a really key position. This has to be a good game for them. And the Knights right now on your screen, this is what the Knights do. The Knights were looking in a terrible spot, almost like no way of making it in. But somehow they make it in and pick up a few eliminations. They're just so good at being so resilient. There's team synergy and just mastery at the game is at another level.
Oh, yeah, it is. And the only reason why I asked you which team you think is in a better spot, because I wanted you to curse them.
Of course.
That just happened. WallStreetBets was the one you took before. Now I'm going to hold on to my words as Team Panthers, they're dismantling Lazarus. It's all down to the final man, Jet, but he's also going to strike back. Oh, that's a great find. Flicks right on the ground. He finds the prone man. But oh, the Panthers, they're going to seal the deal. Lazarus taking out the game on 8th rank. Still a decent position to get taken out from, but WallStreetBets all the way up north, they are on the edge of the zone. But I personally feel like the circle is going to shift away from them, and that's when the problems are going to start to knock in their doors.
I just want to highlight real quick the Panthers, right? I feel like after the Super Weekend performance, we need to cement their names as one of the top teams in North America. They were one of the teams that were quite well known. They've played in previous PMPLs and they've done well, but I don't feel like they got the recognition with the likes of, you know, Nova or the Knights or a team like XSET, right, who are the PMPL NA champions of last year. I think the Panthers, their names are equal to those now because they just defended against HQA and Lazarus back-to-back, and they are managing to keep 3 players alive. And this Super Weekend performance, they have been doing phenomenally well.
Oh, they have, and look at this. You went with WallStreetBets, and already one man gets taken out, Zoo. Ugh, hurts. But yeah, another circle shift. As I said, the circle is going to move away from WallStreetBets, and that's what exactly happens. The circle moves away, and now WallStreetBets, they're just getting dismantled. Zoo, you got anything to say about that?
No, I don't. Let's focus on another team. Let's focus on XSET. I don't even want to say XSET's situation right now because I'm scared I'm going to curse them. But XSET is looking better than WallStreetBets right now, which is factual. They're trying to get that revive. 24K is definitely not going to make that cross. And,
oh my God,
yeah.
They're going for it.
Yeah, WallStreetBets this is not looking good. XSET being very proactive though. They want to clear out this northern side of the circle so they have the east and the north for themselves. So being very proactive. I really like this push out of XSET. I think this is the XSET team we've kind of been missing out on for the past 2 days, and they're starting to show up now. There's a few more matches left to play, hoping they can, you know, keep that momentum up.
This XSET is actually punishing teams for mistakes, and this is what I like to see. But Vamp is still up. That means they have actually taken the place over Team Chosen. So now you don't have to worry about Team Chosen being up on 15th spot because Vamp is now going to take it. But as for Bros, they keep on charging for Polar Race. He's quite close. Russ's tire goes out. Now he has no other choice to try and take out the man, but he does find that through the smoke, so that's a great find from him. 4Bros still alive in the game, but they're also going to be able to get the reset up. 3 players did go down. That's still quite close for comfort as the entire squad of WallStreetBets is now taking out the game.
WallStreetBets is eliminated. XSET with 4, the Panthers with 3. Vamp. Into 4. But out of that.
That's
grass.
dirty.
Trying to prone his way in and gets bopped in the head. J-Way with a nice M24 from long range. 4Bros manages to get a reset up to 3 players, which is really good for them. They're up to 10 eliminations. Benny doing the best he can right now. 1v2 situation, but Benny gets taken down by XSET from across the way.
Oh, I wanted to see that if Penny would have clutched that out or not, but yeah, pretty close for sure. XSET, all 4 players up. They're just dominating this final zone. Nothing much can be said. 4Bros, they're still pushed out the zone. They still need to make it in, and that's a great opening onto the players of 4Bros as Master OP goes down, and now the pressure is going to be applied pretty big time as Russ's position is known too. This nade must be crawling quite close. Yep, Russ taken down quite low as well. The final man left to life for 4Bros. He doesn't even have a lot of HP to support him, and that nade might just seal the deal. quite close, but not just yet.
Russ will be able to get that first aid off. But yeah, that nade looking really close. And yeah, the circle does favor XSET. They want to clear out this side of the zone. Russ down to 1 HP. Gets that reload in. And he's actually going to deny the point. He's going to deny the point. I respect that. I respect that. Like, he saw the two players starting to run towards him. Yeah, Russ was like, nah, screw this, I'm out.
I'm just done.
I'm out.
I'm done. Yeah,
I'm done. But it's 3v4. Panthers got to push in the open. Necro, I think XSET, this is the one time I will firmly say XSET is going to win this match with no worry whatsoever.
Oh, let's see if they're actually going to win it, though. Yeah, XSET, they are guarding the zone edge lines, making sure they're holding Panthers off at bay. But imagine the tables are flipped just with that initial duel, as Jay is moving quite close to Polo G. If he finds that initial knockout on XSET, I'm pretty sure XSET, they're going to be so unsettled. And look at this. One of the players from Panthers have already found the backlines, and he's able to wrap all the way around. Is he going to get the run over? Quite close, though. But Polo G finds the opening on the players of Team Panthers. And yup, 2 players taken down. Now it's all down to Moso. Still does not find your opening. And yup, at this point, it's just a donezo game for them. It's all down to this man. And now Poppy all the way in the front, still pushed outside the zone. He needs to make it in, and he's in the open. All he has is those little smokes to try and cover himself. XSET, they are going to get this chicken dinner.
Really good game for XSET there. I think it was well done by the Panthers too. For the inexperienced viewers, you might have thought Moso was just driving around in circles looking like a maniac, but he was trying to cause distraction, trying to draw fire, and you saw all those smokes laid down. He got really close to knocking a player while gaining info at the same time, while also creating a distraction. So that buggy play was the key move. In a 3v4 situation like that, when you have to cross over in the wide open, I think the Panthers play that beautifully well. So good jobs to the Panthers, but of course XSET, that was their game to shine, and hopefully they're going to bring it back for the next 2 matches, Necro.
Yeah, honestly, if he was even able to find one with that buggy, if he was able to knock one player out, that could have been huge. But taking a look at the round report, with, of course, the most to limit, XSET, the way they were playing, they just seemed so proactive. Overall, whatever XSET did, it was perfect. And I hope they keep on doing this, playing the same way they played that previous game.
Yeah, they managed to keep all 4 players alive throughout the match, and at no point did it seem like they were pressed into a corner. They kept fighting their way, you know, into the fights. They kept being proactive. They were the ones to take control of the situation. But before we go any further, we'll be right back. And I think I should get off the caster's desk because it is not good juju out here when I'm here.
Better start running.
Yeah, we're going to go for a quick break, and hopefully I'm just going to stay on the analyst desk.
Been in the field like Suge Knight, and they know this took time. This what a legacy look like.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A full prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
Welcome back, everybody. How are you guys doing? Of course, before we even get this desk started, I gotta give a big thank you to our sponsors, Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drink partner. So, guys, well, Zute,
yeah,
it looks like the caster curse is back in full effect, brother. This guy has, steps into the game, starts casting, calls out the Chosen, calls out Nova. Zute, bro, what happened?
I don't know, man. Like, I think that's why I should be here for today. Like, I jump in to cast 1 match. I cracked a joke about TC being in 15th, and I was like, hey, cast a curse, put them back in 16th. That was the first time I was being negative towards a team as a joke, and they go out. And then when I'm positive, supporting teams, they also go out. Because right after that, Necro was like, yo, pick a team. Who's in a good spot? And I picked Nova. They had a nice split circle 2. Circle Heart shifts to the north. Then they get separated more than we've ever seen before, and they go out in 14th place. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Let me see it.
Oh, we got a graphic now. Oh,
see it.
please. Oh.
It's the match ranking, baby. That's right. That's the graphic you
Okay.
guys were waiting to see. Let's pull it out right here, man. XSET pulling up a big chicken dinner. Man, repping that set. It's been a while since we've seen XSET really up here in that first place spot. Ain't that right, Seven?
Like, they have actually impressed me the way this team has been performing. I did not expect to see the Panthers to be up here, especially not just on this leaderboard for the match ranking, but wait until we show you the overall as well, okay? Another surprise for me is going to be Vamp. I mean, you got Vamp there with 12 points. This is one of the best finishes that they have had for this Super Weekend. So good job, Vamp. You guys took to heart what I said in that last segment and realized that nobody wants to be in 16th place. And when we talk about 16th place, we see the Chosen there. And now, you might have not heard me, what I was saying earlier. But ladies and gentlemen, Matt, Sonia, whoever it is, do me a favor and show me that wonderful Sute graphic that we have made.
Oh
because
my
ladies
gosh.
and gentlemen, Sute is the cursing master. Not when he's just an analyst, but when he's also a caster. Cursing power right there, 4,811 broken hearts, 27 angry fans. It's actually over 9,000. We just can't put the number 9,000 in there, right? Hate level 13. Earring power 69 because this man has been on a roll when he puts on that earring. And team's love, it is absolutely 1. We put 1 there because we really didn't want to put 0. That's just too mean. But Sute, this right here, just for you, my boy. Congratulations on being the best person in NA at cursing teams.
I can't believe. Shout outs to Matt. Matt from production. He's a guy doing all the graphics. He's an absolute meme lord. I love that graphic. Thank you guys. I don't know if I should be proud of that graphic.
Dude,
I don't know what that means.
All those broken hearts, bro. That's the reason why Glitter can't do the figure hearts, bro. Sute out here just breaking too many of them. Jeez Louise. Well, that's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look here at the highlights here from that last match. Sute, take it away.
All right, I mean, these are the highlights, and yeah, TC starting it off, and okay, like, was this on purpose, putting TC getting knocked and then Nova right afterwards? Like, come on. All right, okay. Moving on. The Knights, once again, I was saying during the broadcast, like, they always manage to fight their way in the most difficult of situations. And Boring Protocol, they had a really good game, but they're dropping the ball again, 7. I feel like they should have held that spot down way better than they did.
And with Boring Protocol, I mean, honestly, it came down to what you've been preaching from the start now. I'm starting to feel it too, Sue. I'm starting to feel that spec backpack, you know, starting to hurt a little bit. I'm starting to feel it, and I'm pretty sure Spec's starting to feel it too. So hopefully they will get a little bit more consistent. We're talking about consistency. Boring Protocol has this pop-off performances, and every single time that they have this pop-off performances, they remind me of PWK when Sute was just carrying YouTubers out there left and right. And that's right now the vibe that I'm getting. So hopefully things will be changing for them. And then when we talk, I actually want to give XSET some props. I was hoping that we would get a chance to see him. There were some of us calling them out too, because we weren't seeing them to the likes that we would like to see them, right? They're currently within the top 4, but it hasn't been super flashy. So far, XSET, I think winning that one definitely recovers a little bit more. Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Oh, 2,180 damage, 11 Ilum Suit. The Panthers, though. The Panthers for bros. Sute, we've been talking about for bros having that great conversion. 1,300 damage, 10 Ilums, and then we go to WallStreetBets. They put up 1,100 damage.
Oh, wow.
With 0 Ilums.
Dang. What was WallStreetBets farming the damage? But yeah, you got to definitely do the conversion. I think that's the first time I've ever seen a team hit 1K damage with 0 eliminations. 1k damage is 10 knocks right there, because each player has 100 HP. That's 1.2. They basically knocked 12 players and didn't get any of the confirmations. But looking at the 12 top players, these guys definitely got the conversions. And Kill Switch with 832, 5 eliminations, starting to show up once again for XSET. Man, like XSET, we question their consistency, and I think it's like they go really cold and then they go really hot, but at the end of the day, Seven, like you mentioned, they're in that top 5 once again.
They are, and that's what I want to see, more consistency out of players. By the way, Kill Switch, congratulations, man. You're starting to show the form that I've been wanting to see since you were actually teammates with my good old analyst here, Sute.
Yeah.
I've been hyping this man up, and he has the potential. He has shown us the potential for a bit there. It seemed like it died down, but now I'm starting to see it again. And we always, when we talked about XSET, we talked about how it was always a Polo performance, especially for last year, right? When they had their very highs, it was always Polo leading that team. Right now, I'm starting to see a bit of a mix there between some of the players, and that's usually what you want to see. You don't want to see just one team carrying the whole squad like Spec is doing right now.
You don't want to see it, man, but a team that really needs to be carried is Vamp, right? Vamp need to be putting in that work, and you can see right here, this is how they performed in the last match here, Seven.
They did it. I mean, this team before this, by the way, Rage, 375 damage, 1 element. Then you go to Benny, 348 damage, 3 elims, 4 knockouts. Oh, man, I wish you would have been able to confirm that last one, that extra one. I feel like that would have been great. But 12 points for this team is huge. That, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's good job, Vamp. Okay, this is also why I wanted to show the stats here. Solo, hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit better stats, and it's always like baby steps with this team. And the reason why I wanted to also showcase those stats is because this team, the best performance that they had this week was also a 4th place finish with, if I'm not mistaken, 3 elims. So maybe they're getting back up there. Maybe it's at the end of the super weekend, but as long as we start seeing a climb and not a decline, that's what we want to see out of this team, a climb.
That's right. It's good to the fact that they even made it into the Super Weekend so they could put in that work. Hopefully they could see them during the league play coming up, them really started to get that synergy, get that motion of the ocean going, right? And a team that actually did get that going, we're starting to see some waves from XSET, man. XSET came up big in this one with a huge chicken dinner. As we go ahead and pull up their stats here, and you're going to see that. Look at that difference here, Seven. Woo!
Difference indeed. Difference indeed. Hot Juice, 1400 damage, 13 average points. The elims are up too. We saw what Killswitch was able to do. I mean, I'm excited. Maybe if they have a great performance here in Sanhok coming up too, we'll get a chance to see what some of the other players are doing. Because also J-Way, I mean, he was performing great during League of League play too, Sute.
Yeah, J-Way was doing well. I mean, XSET, like you saw the stat comparisons, right? The first stat was a pretty good stat compared to an even better stat. So, I mean, this is why XSET is near that top. But taking a look at how they finish out this last match, I love how XSET didn't get too distracted by Moso. Moso's job here was to distract XSET, get info, and maybe run over a player. The Panthers, credit to them, I was saying it during the cast, when in 3v4 situation, Moso might look like he's just being like a complete nut, driving around in circles. But honestly, that was the right play in my opinion from the Panthers. But XSET, they were prepared for that as well. You saw everyone maintain their composure. They didn't get too distracted by Moso, and they stuffed down the push. And then when they got the first one, then they focused on Moso. And then obviously at that point, it was a 4v1. So XSET playing really in form right now. There's to, keep that form up.
We always talk about people winning their 1v1s, Hot Jigs and Sute, and I think that was a perfect example there as we saw Polo win his 1v1 against Hayuya. As we go here to the overall ranking, Knights with 30-point lead. Knights are just on another level right now. 180 points. The Panthers, though, as I mentioned, a huge surprise for me the way this team has been able to perform. 150 points. And tell it to me, what was that? Ooh, tell me.
Looking at the next page, like the ooh for me right now in this next page is the teams near the bottom. We're almost done with the Super Weekend 7, and something that people need to keep in mind is that chances are if you're performing bad in the Super Weekend, you're not going to make all 3. With that being said, if you're only looking at a potential 2 super weekends, you need to make sure each super weekend counts, because we've seen teams that make all 3 sometimes with bad performances get knocked out by teams that just make only 2.
Yep. Well, let's take it on over to the casters, guys. Thank you so much for that beautiful breakdown. Spad Cargo, Necro, come on in. The water's fine. Let's get on into one of my favorite maps, Sanhok, all right? Good luck. See y'all later.
I'm really looking forward to this one because it's going to be on fire. Literally fire. Fire alarm just went off not too long ago, but I'm back. I'm upset though because Necro, I chose XSET and I missed XSET's win. I'm excited to see if they'll be able to do it again though, because I mean, yesterday, the team with the strongest Sanhok maps actually was XSET's. So coming in today, I kind of want to see them bring it back.
Maybe that fire alarm was like a good luck ring for the XSET. You never know. Maybe they just stepped up after hearing that. But yeah, moving forward, though, there's going to be one of the fights in boot camp, right? I mean, we know Boring Protocols, and they have been duking it out for a long time in boot camp. Now, you said XSET, they want to, you know, you're hoping that hopefully they keep the momentum forward. But again, if this fight right here, if it goes against XSET, then it's going to be one of the most unfortunate stuff for you for sure.
Oh man, now I'm a little bit worried, but we'll see. We'll see what happens in this one. The nice plane path though, making everybody jump out nice and even. I mean, we're used to this on Sanhok so far. Everybody usually gets to where they want to go. Looks like the zone will go up to that northeastern area, kind of centering on just off of Paradise and boot camp. Speaking of on fire, there's 2 teams there.
Yeah, boot camp, Boring Protocols, and XSET right next to each other. Now, this fight has been happening since a long time. At this same exact place, and hopefully these 2 teams, they are doing homework every single day, because the way these guys are approaching the fight every single day, it's like a level ahead. But sometimes it does come down to a stalemate, which I'm not really a huge fan of, because that means you're also limiting your quite a lot of loot, which is not going to work out for the longer run for your team. So Boring Protocols or XSET, even if you guys do find 1 knock, make sure to completely send it and try and go for the rest or leftover people. But over here, Boring Protocols, for now it has came down to a stalemate for sure, as both these teams, they have gotten their hands on some guns.
Even another drop down there in Sami, but focusing on this, it looks like XSET doing a really good job of kind of staying together. Boring Protocol though, 2 of them starting to make their wrap up on the northern side to get a spot out on one of the XSET members, just slowly waiting it out at this point. It really comes down to who is going to get the first knock in this situation. Kill Switch holding onto the center building will give himself a really good line of visibility, but if they don't all stick together and the entire team just kind of rolls up on top of each other, like that's something to kind of be worried about. And it looks like XSET kind of realized that from Boring Protocol, so they're going to kind of pull back just a bit.
Boring Protocols, though, yeah, they do not really want to take the fight to XSET. So XSET as well, they're kind of respecting that and also backing out. They're going to let Boring Protocols have their sweet little time. Or sweet little ground, as you'd like to say. On the other hand, in Sami, as you said, there are 2 teams, which is 4Bros and Nova. These 2 teams as well, they have been clashing against each other, and recently Nova has been taking a little bit of upper ground in that fight. So maybe 4Bros, this is their time to try and catch back up. Because in the league play days, 4Bros was completely putting Nova 6 feet under. But in Super Weekends, Nova, it seems like there's just another level in that fight.
That's the time to wait and see. Ooh, yeah. Looks like XSET slowly leaving their other position. They don't want to get in a fight with Boring Protocol, but instead they're going to be running into Mezexis. So let's see. A bunch of shots coming through. Plug almost gets knocked there, but looks like he will find himself a little bit of cover behind that rock. The thing is, 2 members of them are slowly making a wrap up above them on top of the mountain, and that means that he goes down. Polo G out.
Oh, Peralta just completely spoiling XSET's game, and it seems like after that great game, XSET, they're going to be followed up with unfortunate series for sure, because 2 players have already taken down big-time handicap. Now XSET, they're not going to be looking good for the rest of the game. Now they'll need to try and figure ways out with only 2 players, Kill Switch and J7. This duo is pretty a damaging duo for sure. But how are they going to be able to move on forward? That's what I want to know, because some of the key players have already been taken down. For example, JV. But over here we have Nova and 4Bros fight happening as Kindness have already been taken out. 4Bros, they successfully are able to find the opening. Kindness tried to make a little off angle on the hilltop, but unfortunately it worked against him.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to kind of bring this back. The thing is that he's so far away from the rest of his team. Nova, I don't even think that they can go on ahead and help it out. Nope, Kindness actually goes on ahead, gets flushed out. They're slowly getting closer. You can see Koi holding a little bit of an angle, waiting for 4Bros to run out in the open. They want to get that trade back. Oh, they definitely can see him by the fence there, but not a clean shot, so he's going to be patient in this. This 3v4, though, they're going to have to strike sooner rather than later. As you can see, Leon actually trying to get up on top of the hill to gain some sort of advantage too. Oh, he has to go on ahead and run back. He's been spotted by one of the Nova members up on top of the roof.
Yeah, She-Fan. This separation's not going to work out. Leon, a good call from this man. Of course, an experienced player. But yeah, Kindness taken out from the side of Nova. Nova, they're going to be hurt for sure. Today's day hasn't really been that great for Nova, let's be honest. Yesterday they were doing quite well, but this day right here, Nova, they have been on a struggling phase. I also want you to take a look at the map as well. I mean, of course, the viewers cannot really see the map, but on the map, we see Knights as well, kind of pulling up really close to Boring Protocol's XSET and Mezexis. So another fight might just be happening right there.
Yeah, and meanwhile in this one, there's actually another person that might be showing up on this minimap very shortly as this fight goes down. Leon doing a lot of damage, gets one knock onto somebody. It looks like he's instantly trying to pull back though, get those heals going while the rest of 4Bros are going to push up, start slowly getting the flush onto one of the Nova members, and the rest of them running as fast and far away as possible. You can see Sifan, I mean, he's not going to let a knock onto him happen. He sees them starting to run through that alleyway though. Doesn't look like he can quite catch them out though as they're starting to push. They know that it's a 4v2 at this point, and there we go, the members I was talking about. Here comes Chronix, another team here for the action.
Yeah, no, now they're dismantled.
Oh,
many teams being handicapped early off, actually. Two teams, XSET and Nova, and two of the big teams as well. Well-known names. This game of Sanhok, it's not really panning out for them. Oh, he spots out the little backpack. Polar Ace looking to third party this entire situation. I like what Polar Ace are thinking right here. If they do get away with a couple of elim points, things are going to be looking quite well. Salt and Kiyoshi, they're on their way in the vehicles. Asami, usually around this area, there's quite a lot of loot, and that means teams that do want to go for med strat, this is probably the best compounds to loot around with.
I'm just a little bit curious as to this point as how both these teams inside of Sami are going to get out of here, right? Because Nova now holding the northern side of Sami, they still have an exit to kind of go out of. 4Bros should be right behind them, but now they could potentially be held up by both the duo left of Nova and now Polar Ace, because they're now kind of in this area. They heard this fighting. It's something that they want to go on ahead and third party take advantage of. I mean, whenever you have the opportunity to third party, especially on Sanhok, I say go for it, because it's just such a huge chance that you're going to capitalize off of it. Chronix, though, he's kind of waiting on the back end of this. We can still hear the fighting continue to happen as now the rest of 4Bros trying to make a push up towards that northern side. They're definitely getting closer and closer to Nova. I think they're trying to flush them out. Honestly, it's just, I don't even know who's going to survive it out here, but it looks like Chronix will spot out a couple of members of Polar Ace, taking both down super low, and it looks like his teammate will just be able to get the knock on 1, 2, the flushes come through, just 2 left.
Oh, dude, this third party is just so damaging. 4Bros, they did not expect this one coming through, and Polar Ace, they're just striking at the right time. 2 players easily taken out. This nade might just be cooked to perfection. If it does find one, though, that's going to be huge for sure. That's going to be the answer for now. Master OP, his life is being saved. Barely closes the door at the nick of time. Another nade right on top. That's not going to be finding its mark as well. So at least 4Bros, they get a decent reset going through on their hand. And look at Master OP, he just doesn't have any first aids to work with. Now he's going to try and tape himself up.
And we can see even on that map there that another member of Polar Ace is directly above Samian in its entirety. So not even Nova can like silently leave this situation if they wanted to. It is being watched like a hawk. And we can see that it's actually Trey spotting out one of the members of Nova. Trey to go prone on the roof and... Oh man, just barely not getting the knock on him. He'll go down to actually the blue zone. The play zone, actually. Yeah, and Trey, he's going to have to back up because now he's been spotted. Look at how far away they are in the grand scheme of things from this zone. Chronix continue to be aggressive, starting to push into the building. He knows that somebody's right there, being watched by Master OP. Starting to pop that util, but he knows right when he does so, the push will come through. Chronix goes for the push, gets a knock on one. There's still one left, though. There goes the gun switch. His teammate helps out, but the trade, and he's able to get the knock, but he needs to go on ahead, hurry up, get the rest of his teammate before they could go. Another one is right below them, though.
Russ is ready. Look at on the top of the roof as well, Russ. He's waiting for that rest to come through, and this nade might just be perfect. It's quite close. It takes both the players down. It chips a lot of damage as well. Rush moves in forward, but Chronix this time is going to be a little quicker to react, and he puts 4 bros in their coffins as Polar Ace, this third party worked out pretty well, but Nova is still alive right here. Another casualty on this side of Polar Ace. That's not going to be good news. Shifan, the only man left alive, and now you might as well try and spoil some people's game. As Nova, they know. Shifan, the best strat for Shifan at this point in time is try and go for the med strat. And does he have enough meds? That's what I want to know. Chronix has 5 first aids, though.
He has 0 meds. It looks like he has a singular boost of some sort. He was able to get a knock on a Trey. Maybe he'll be able to pick up at least 1 more point from his team. But otherwise, he needs to find both meds and some sort of a vehicle or just get to the zone as fast as possible because Zone 2 has appeared and they're on the literal opposite side of the map from it. Looks like Mezexis, they finally got themselves into a fight up here right beside Boot Camp, taking a big fight against. Oh no, 2 of them are now down for boarding protocol. Looks like Karanga super far away inside of the warehouses, can't really do anything against Inactive and his teammates getting these flushes. Carnage now just backing up, the last one alive here. I don't quite know how he's going to continue to play this game, but he's slowly just making sure that nobody will come near him, continue to hold that position as XSET actually holding his other side.
Yeah, Carnage. What's going on, dude? So many teams are just getting handicapped. It's like we only saw 1 complete wipe up till now, and now boarding protocols as well is only down to Carnage. BTOWN right next to the players of Vamp. They haven't really spotted him out just yet, so at least BTOWN for now, they're going to be safe for the 3-man squad to work with. As you can see, Polar Ace, they did do that third party. They got a decent amount of elim points. They actually got 4 elim points for themselves, but was that worth it, though? That's what I want to know. They were also tanking a lot of damage from the blue zone. They also now do not really have a great positioning in the zone because they're taking quite a late rotation. And they also have 2 casualties on their side. So personally, if you ask me, that was not really worth it.
Well, we'll end up waiting and seeing what else these other teams are able to kind of pull off. You're right, though. So many broken teams. You can even see Polar Ace slowly starting to make their way on in on this big map. Right as this next zone, really, really close to kind of popping, revealing this next one. Actually, a lot of teams still inside of the blue zone. I mean, Team Chosen, we got... Oh no, Execute, Lazarus, just a bunch of teams super far off of this zone. As it's going to pop and pull even further towards the eastern side. Look at that 19 Esports, really happy with their location, the closest to the center. A lot of these buildings in here actually completely open for teams to go ahead and rotate on into.
The buildings are indeed open. Team Chosen still need to move in, but the next circle shift is kind of far away from all the teams that are still trying to make it in the zone. As you can look in the bottom left of the map, Shifan's still in the blue zone trying to search for some first aids. So that's interesting. I don't know if he's going to be able to find, or at least he's going to be able to get his hands on a couple of them. But if he does, I'm pretty sure he's probably going to go for the med strat, and that's probably the best strat he can think for at this late in the game. But there are a couple of teams that are moving it all the way from the bottom right of the side. And there are a little bit too many, honestly, and they might just clash against each other.
We'll have to wait and see. You're right. Everybody is trying to take that far eastern side as their rotation, thinking it is the freest, but it is not. Meanwhile, though, right up towards the northern side, right on the side of Paradise, helping quit addiction and WallStreetBets. They're just inside of zone. You could definitely see that they're looking at each other, unfriendly neighbors. As, oh man, we're seeing some people in that kill feed slowly go down out in the blue zone as other people now getting in a huge fight. Wait a second, these are two teams actually run into each other in the blue zone. Looks like Execute gonna be running on into Team Chosen, and it's not going so well. Otherwise, everybody else inside of the zone, they're just slowly chilling, trying to get further inside the zone. Haven't gotten a fight just yet. They're just waiting until the later of the game to try and get even higher placement points, but here it is. This is a fight that we were kind of looking at in the blue zone. It's not looking good for either side, honestly. Right now, Team Chosen definitely the weakest, though, is only God G, the last one up.
Yeah. Final man up, as you said, and is also just bouncing between these rocks. He finds one, but that's all he's going to get. Execute. They're going to execute the final man of the Chosen. What's going on with the Chosen? The final day, I mean, they usually do bad in a couple of days, but this one, final day has been worse.
Yeah, I mean, they even actually rotated up north. They were around that ruins area, and they rotated north and ended up running into Execute. So they clearly were trying to go for a far northern rotation, I guess, to get up onto the northern side of this zone. Probably trying to wait in the blue zone as long as possible so they don't get any fights, but because they waited, they ended up running into a team. That's just such a hard decision to make, you know, like, are we going to go ahead and move in sooner, see if we could kind of run in behind some teams, or just wait for the longest time possible so we know people are inside zone, and then we could go ahead and make some sort of a big rotation. It's just really difficult decisions coming through, and as of right now, it just clearly isn't going for the side of the Chosen. Even honestly, Execute with two of them still up, I'm not even sure if they're going to be able to make it that much further inside of this game.
And this is what I exactly like about Sanhok, right? You never know. Usually in the other maps, you pretty much know, okay, there's not going to be a lot of teams outside in the blue zone tanking that damage. But on Sanhok, you never know, but you're also going to be meeting teams in the blue zone. Because you never know. There might just be one team who are looking for those meds to try and heal it out. So there's always going to be a threat on yourself 24/7, so you need to watch out all the time. You need to be as cautious as possible all the time. But now if we have Noah Shifan moving in quite close, Execute, they might just get their eyes onto this man. But no, Execute, they opt out for the smaller bridge, and Shifan is probably going to take the long rotation right here. But the next circle shifts, and it's right on top of 19 Esports, if I'm not wrong. So they're looking quite good.
Yeah, they're quite happy. They've caught in the last couple of circles, and they've definitely found themselves a good position to continue to play out of. Haven't seen them in a fight just yet either, so we know that they're absolutely full on everything they could possibly want for their loot. Meanwhile, a lot of teams still moving on in below them, all around them. I'm surprised we haven't seen a huge fight pop off on the very southern side of this zone just yet, because there's been teams basically directly on top of each other this entire time. But it's just a matter of time. At this point, the zone is most definitely too small for 14 teams to go and live inside of. So we're going to see some action very shortly, starting with Alucard from 19 Esports. Oh no! Starting with a couple of cheeky shots towards Lazarus. They're going to go ahead and just punish that out completely, getting a knock on one, and Joey instantly rushing into action goes for it.
Oh man, and look at this. Yeah, as you said, Lazarus, now they're looking to punish them. They're trying to rub the salt in their wounds, but for now, 19 Esports, they're holding it down. They're not going to let this happen that easily. Lazarus, they also need to be aware of the surroundings, because you do see HQA kind of closing in right next to them. And Sanhok is well known for those third parties, so you always got to watch out for the back. On the other hand, though, as you can see on the map, it's going to be Knights and Mezexis going against each other. Two players of Mezexis has already been taken out. As you expect, Knights is one of those teams you do not want to challenge a 4-on-4 fight against, because they are just built different. As Tensa is going to fight back from that fight, and there you go. The final man taken out. That's going to be it from Mezexis on 13th place.
Yeah, again, a couple of teams being found out, taken down. 19 Esports, they got that res and the Alucard, so they're still once again holding strong. So much action happening around them. They can hear this fighting right to their northern side between HQA and Lazarus. So we'll have to see. Sup Pig spotted out by Issue. What a nice shot that he was able to find. Lazarus, if they know the direction that they came from, they might go on ahead and be a little bit aggressive on that. We'll have to wait and see. We can hear them popping some shots in a direction as the zone goes in the complete opposite, all the way down to the southern side. They have to wrap this up quickly. 19 Esports, honestly, from how difficult this rotation into this next zone is, they might just stay here and clean up these two teams from the northern side before trying to move in.
Oh, man. And HQA, too. Look at that G-Mang on the players of WallStreetBets. He's going to find some knocks. This Baba is going to get confirmed now. WallStreetBets, too, they're not really doing that great, as you can see in the kill feed. Lazarus, though, they're going to keep on raining down a lot of bullets on the players in the front of 19 Esports, so things are not going to be looking great for them as well. But 19 Esports, on the other hand, they're challenging fights in two different angles. Also in the back against Execute, and now Lazarus, they are trying to get a little up close and personal. They have no other choice left. They will need to try and challenge this fight or either get wiped trying to fight.
Oh man, Salty knowing that this is going to be a long fight. Yeah, popping the booster, going for the open run from Lazarus. Nice knock on a one. Down goes one. Looks like the other teammate was able to hide behind one of the trees there, but he's slowly waiting, watching for him to kind of peek out from behind it. But they're both being patient. They're both waiting for the other one to mess up, and it looks like it's going to be on the Lazarus sides. Salty getting a second one down, two down. There's going to be 2 points while the rest of his team's fighting. Execute further inside of the zone. Fake goes down. Yang, the last one alive. They're continuing to push aggressively up the side of this hill. As Salty, honestly, I think he committed himself to a blue zone, a heal strat.
Oh, man. 19 Esports, as you said, 2 players alive only for them. Lazarus, things are looking so tough for as there's only one last man alive and the other one's still knocked out. I don't think so there's going to be any way they're going to be able to get the fallen man back up, so Kaiseki will now try and move in. But over here, we have HQA going against Execute. 19 Esports, Red is right in the front, and he should be taken out with no problem. What a flick from King Pig. Right onto his head. It's going to shut him down. Now, Red gotten rid of. 19 Esports left with only one last man alive. They have 3 elim points to work with, but as I say that, they also get eliminated. Execute, they have too many players pressuring them, having the high ground, but they're also getting targeted by a lot of teams. Yang barely makes it back to safety as Fate has been taken out, and the kill should be confirmed in no time. Yang, too, takes a couple of shots from the back, and that's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, honestly, I was going to say he has a really safe spot to kind of play out of, but nope, he's going to be taken out from far. In the meantime, Lazarus is out too. 7 teams are now left, and I mean, HQA all the way to the northern side, Team Pro. Ooh, there's actually this entire center of this zone still completely out in the open because, I mean, it's a huge, just open side of this hill. Over on either the eastern or western side, probably more the western side, is where the next action is going to pop off as BTOWN unfortunately can't survive themselves. And Knights, there we go, starting to make the push. It's going to be onto WallStreetBets. I know exactly where he is, trying to take those shots at the vehicle, at the rock, excuse me, but just not quite being able to get him.
Oh man, Coops and Xenox, the deadly duo, still up. And we know what this duo is capable of, as Coops is trying to look for a little glimpse of the man that is prone right behind the rock, and he's not able to find just yet. So Coops, he will need to try and give the fallen man a hand, and he's trying to go for that, as 24K will finally pop out. Yep, he does. I'm pretty sure Coops has spotted him with the third-person perspective. This nade from 24K might just be a big one. As he lobs in that nade, it might just be cooked to perfection. It goes quite close, but not enough. It's not going to fight the sweet spot. So for now, Xenox is going to be saved from Coops. But again, another team that's going to be in huge trouble is HQA. Vamp right on top of them with the high ground. They're going to keep pressuring them down.
Oh, this is huge, actually. A bunch of knocks on both sides. 2 for Vamp goes down. HQA, this might be their game if they go ahead and make a huge push. Unfortunately, though, one of them goes down as well, as Knights are now eliminated. Vamp loses officially another one. 2 left for them. Let's see if they're going to be able to get this res, as Swin's nice angle is able to find some knocks onto the HQA members. Want to make sure that they can't get any closer. The Panthers, though, waiting, laying down in wait, starts to be active. tossing over some util. They need to be active inside of this fight. They're hoping to go ahead and take this win, but right now HQA and Vamp, they're just absolutely suffering at the bullets of each other.
Oh, that little toe spotted out.
Oh
no, he's gonna connect that little bullet right onto that little toe. And that's going to be it for that man. Unfortunately, he gets taken out as well. Top 2 teams alive. Team Panthers, they have been so consistent throughout the game, but Vamp as well. This game is really needed for them. Vamp, they finally show themselves up. Now they're in the 2nd spot. Team Panthers, they take a lot of damage. Vamp having all the advantage in the world with the high ground to work with also. And now they also have the HP advantage to work with. Team Panthers, they're just being chipped down to low HP. And Vamp, they're going to put the pedal to the metal now as it's a 2-on-1 situation, and they exactly realize that. Vamp, with no hesitation, they're going to keep on moving forward. They're going to keep on charging, and the drop shot coming through from that man. There you go. Vamp finally show themselves up, and they get a chicken dinner. A well-needed chicken dinner for Vamp to step themselves up from the overall rankings. And oh my god, I mean, everyone's been saying Vamp hasn't been doing good, but finally they step it up.
They brought that one back too. At one moment there, they had 2 people downed against the rest of HQA, but they were able to hold them off and get the res onto at least one of them, so that 3 of them were still up to take out the rest of HQA, and then they had the advantage on the Panthers. I kind of wish that the Panthers ended up kind of peeking around, getting more involved in that fight a little bit earlier, but that was still a great game for both sides, but that was Vamp's big game.
Exactly. As you take a look at the round report as well, Chronic with the most elimination, 4 elim points for himself, and then Solo with the highest damage of 963. Tensa, of course, doing great as always. Benny with the longest elimination, 300 meters in the map of Sanhok. That's quite impressive. But yeah, moving forward though, Vamp, they really needed this. They finally do get it, and I'm personally really happy for Vamp because now with that win, they're also going to be pretty placed up top, at least in the 2nd board. They're going to be a little bit up, but hey, that's quite a great performance if you compare them in the couple initial days of Super Weekend. But it seems like that's going to be it after the game of Sanhok. But don't go anywhere. After the break, it's going to be the analyst desk breaking things down.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A pool prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
Man, I should have just jumped in from the top of the screen, just like Vamp there at the end. That was clean. Of course, gotta give a big thank you to our official sponsors, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Man, whew! Sanhok, I just love it. I love it. Sanhok is where it's at. It's always got all the action. It's always got it where it's going on. Hey, did we just manifest like Vamp's success here? Because now they are just starting to pop off here, 7.
You know what? We're going to take the credit. Matt, can we start working on an emotional speaker graphic for myself, please? Because I've been absolutely tearing this team apart. Their performance, I just wasn't having it, but they decided to step it up. They stepped it up in 2 matches in a row, and here they use Sanhok, the perfect match for a team that you don't have to be one of the main contenders, one of the main powerhouses, because of all the craziness that happens within this match, it allows you to do stuff like this. Vamp, 13 elims, Sute. Where has this team been?
13 big ones. Yeah, when I saw them win the match, I was also surprised with the fact that I got 13 elims. Usually when teams win as Sanhok, it's not with 13, but they racked up so many points. Looking at the second half, though, this is where all the teams struggled. A bunch of 3s, 2s, and 1s in total points. So that was definitely a very top-heavy game. And shout-outs to HQA and the Panthers, too. Constantly staying up there, showing they got what it takes. And man, this hot drop fight in Sami, it just gets more and more messy as the days go on. We saw Polar Ace coming in, getting involved mid-fight with, like, I said at the beginning of broadcast, like, maybe this med strat thing, teams gotta not go for it because there's too many teams now trying to counter the Medstrat strategy with one another.
By the way, I hate the Med strat. Okay, I said it. I will always say it. You play to win the game, Hot Chicks. Do you not play to win the game, or do you play to win?
Bro, hey, it's Sanhok, dude. Getting across them open fields, it's hard sometimes, man. It's hard getting shot at from 5 different angles. Sometimes sitting behind that rock, just heal it up, getting them placement points. That's where it's at. But hey, with so many teams doing it now, maybe you could be right. You could be right, Seven. Maybe onto something.
Yeah,
I just want to say.
Go for it.
I just want to say, Seven. I know I'm a little bit biased, but hey, Medstrat got me to PMGC and years ago. So like, as much as you want to hate it as a competitor, you do what you got to do, Seven.
Yeah, but did the Medstrat help you win PMGC? Sorry to put you on the spot. Hey, I'm just saying.
At least I, as a North American representative, has made multiple appearances in the globals. But
all right.
Let's focus on these teams. We're all has-beens anyways. Like Seven, you cracked at the game. Now we're all has-beens.
Bro, I was never cracked at the game.
You're pretty good.
Too much credit.
You know who's cracked? You know who's cracked right now? Vamp. Vamp is super cracked right now, Seven.
One of the highest damages that we have actually seen from a team in Sanhok. So that just goes to performance that we're seeing there. By the way, listen, if you got to do it, you got to do it. But I won champion mentality. I'm pretty sure if I went up to Paraboy right now, or anybody from Nova, they're going to be like, no, we're not going to try to heal strat. What is this, a joke? As we look at the stats right here, I mean, this is a comparison that I wanted to showcase to you guys. The average damage, by the way, this is going to be the super weekend so far versus what we have seen today so far. They have improved in the damage. They have definitely improved on the points, on the elims as well. And it's crazy to me that the average survival time is actually lower today. But it just goes to show what you can actually do when you utilize those elimination points. How big those elimination points actually are, Sute.
Oh, it is huge. Game after game, they definitely rack up. You can't always get those placement points, right? Sometimes you just gotta go ham in one game, and those elimination points carry you for a couple games. You could drop the ball in a few games, and taking a look at Vamp, right? I mean, they absolutely handled this Sanhok zone. They had the high ground, and you could argue maybe they got a little bit circle blessed, but if you take a look at their eliminations, they had to fight a lot of enemies and finish off a lot of teams to make it to this end game, and also get that Batman drop down, you know, securing that chicken dinner. You'll see it here after they knock that player. Moso goes up, he tries to challenge us, goes down, and then the trade, here we go. Swins from the low ground, and I think Benny's gonna drop in from the high ground. Beautiful finish for the Vamp team.
Oh. By the way, not one of the best finishes that I've seen. Okay, Vamp, please go back, rewatch that. You guys could have done that a lot better, considering that you guys had the height advantage, considering that you guys could have gotten definitely more angles. But overall here, I'm being nitpicky, okay? I want NA to represent us at PMGC this time. It's not fun being right next to Maxman and Jason Kaplan and then just making fun of you, looking at you like, oh, your region didn't even make it in.
Oh, man, I'm ready. What? Too soon, Evan. Okay, all right, too soon. But you know what? Let's see. It isn't too soon for a lot of these teams that are putting up some big points right here, right? Like HQA, they've been kind of in that middle of the pack, but they put up some big points here. Ain't that right, Sute?
Yeah, I wanted to highlight HQA a little bit. This team has been doing really good. Just to put it simply, they are they finished that match in 3rd overall with 15 points. And HQA right now as a team, man, I am always having trouble looking at these letters. They're so small. HQA, help me out here, boys. Oh, HQA is in 3rd place overall. Okay, let's start looking towards the bottom of the leaderboards. But HQA, 3rd place overall. They've surpassed Nova. They've surpassed XSET. They surpassed Lazarus. And yeah, it's a little bit of a spoiler. My bad. This team,
math. Quick math, Sute. That's what I'm talking about. That's that analyst right there. I love to hear it, dude. You know what? Speaking of that, you know, Vamp, before this match, they were in 15th place, right? And Polar Ace, they were in 10th place before this. I wonder where you guys think they're going to be on the leaderboards once we pull the over on a little bit. But before that, let's take a look at the Polar Ace stats that we got right here. 7.
That's right. That's right. And this is why I wanted to look at it. I wanted to see who has actually been performing for this team. And by the way, this is the stats for this Super Weekend so far. And I wanted to see Trey. Trey was the man that we mentioned as earlier, the world record champ in regards to healing in Sanhok. It's a completely different story now. This man actually wants the action. They've been willing to push a lot more. Some of their players, you heard me talk about it. Kiyoshi was putting a lot of pressure in some of the Erangels that he has played. This team, I mean, they have the experience too in PMPLs, and it feels like they're finally starting to narrow it down. It's not a team that I'm going to be looking at. We're going to be like, oh, this team is going to be the ones that are going to clutch it up at the end. Right as we get to the end. No, this is another WallStreetBets scenario where now they got their experience. Now they know exactly what they need to do. Hey, you're absolutely right, Sute. If you do need to heal strat, go ahead and do that, right? If it's going to get you to the top 16. But at some point, you got to switch that up because you want to be in the top 3, in the top 1 at least, as we look at the overall here. And you know who is currently in the top 1 and who is currently having a nice lead is the Knights with 191 points. I'm hoping that this team crosses that 200 mark because, boy, they're going to be sitting pretty after Super Weekend 1. And maybe we'll see crazier stuff out of them at a Super Weekend 2 or 3 if they're able to make it, which more than likely, who are we going to lie? They're definitely going to be there. The Panthers, 165 points there. Nova, as you mentioned, they get pushed down by HQA. And as we look here, Vamp jumping up all the way up to 11, Sute.
That is a huge jump up for them. They're just right up in there. Literally like just the last previous game. Vamp was sitting like in last place. With that chicken though, Vamp is looking so good right now. I want to see more of this Vamp. I'm always a huge supporter, Seven, of the underdog teams. And when they have these huge games, it's just like that spark of brightness, you know, like things kind of line up for them that game. That's why they do so well, but they're also doing so many things right, which is why they could secure a chicken with such high elimination. So I want to start seeing more and more of that from all of the other teams, and if anything, they should be like a motivating factor for some of the newer teams coming in to play in this PMPL.
There should be, and they're going to have a little bit less pressure too going into the league play, going into the hopefully next Super Weekend too. I mean, after 2 days, they were only able to score 38 points total. Today, so far, they have gotten 44 points. So that is a huge improvement when you're able to do that. And we still have one more match to play. I feel like this is a good eye-opening to a lot of those teams that are towards the bottom. The Chosen being one of them. BTOWN, we've seen flashes of greatness from BTOWN, but it's not there yet.
It isn't there yet, but I'll tell you what, Vamp with that performance, like you just said, insane, right? I mean, literally, if they get a good placement here, they could jump into top 10. I mean, that is ridiculous. Let's take a look here at the schedule and see exactly which teams performed the best. Remember, this is the teams that put up the most points, not chicken dinners here. Mezexis pulling up a big one there at the start. Bop, XSET, and then Vamp finishing it off. That 5th game, the final one here of this Super Weekend to wrap it up. I'm going to need some predictions here. You know what? How about this? I want predictions for Vamp, okay? For Vamp from both of y'all. What are they placing here right now? I'm going to start off with you, Seven. Go.
Top 10.
Top 10 finish? Okay, all right. Pretty broad. How about specific, Zute?
I'd go 7th. 7th place finish.
In the middle.
Yeah, and obviously 7, you know, because
I like that.
That's on brand. That's on brand right there. I like to hear it. Well, guys, we'll see if you guys are going to be right, but we got to get this match started. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Zute. You guys go ahead onto the back here as we get this last game started. Let's bring in our casters, of course. Span Cargo, Necro, get on in here. I know, Span Cargo, if anybody knows about being on fire, it is you, okay? It is on you. So who is going to win this match right here? I want predictions for both of y'all. Go.
I'm going to go with Nova.
Nova? All right, Span?
Oh, no. I'm going to go with Knights, I think.
Knights. Nice choice there. All right, I'm going to go with Knights as well. Might as well. You guys, good luck. Take it away. I'll see you later.
I mean, the reason why I went with Nova right there is because they've been having a tough day, okay? The final day, even Vamp stepped up, but Nova somewhere down the line, they're just not able to activate themselves. So I feel like maybe me going with Nova will kind of give them a little bit of good luck. But yeah, you went with Knights. Knights is pretty much the safer pick now, as they're all the way on the top, and they have been doing consistent throughout the overall rankings or throughout the Super Weekend.
I felt like I was put on the spot, I'm not gonna lie. Well, if I really had to guess who I think was gonna win, you know, quick Knights, but also, you know, still want to strong for a couple of other teams here. I mean, I still believe, of course, in XSET. That's the pick that I went with for this entire first week here, so we'll see if they go ahead and do well. And, of course, there's a couple of other teams. I mean, we were just talking about how Vamp was able to really pull it back for themselves inside of this last match, and how that should be an inspiration to the rest of the teams down there as well. I think it's possible, right? I think that Team Chosen, BTOWN, Mezexis, I think any of those teams down there that really do need to go ahead and get those points, those are the guys at the bottom towards the beginning of today too, can go on ahead and bring it back. We'll just have to wait and see as we're in the play, Necros.
Oh man, talk about the bottom though. Team Chosen all the way in the bottom. I don't know what's going on with them, but in Super Weekend 1, they're just absent. They're in the lobby, they're pretty much like free kills for all the other teams, and they're just claiming those. So unfortunately, Team Chosen, I don't know what they need to do, but they need to try and change a lot of things. If one single play style is not working out, as I said before as well, if one single play style is not working out, try out some different strats. Go ahead and try out being a little bit more aggressive. Maybe that can work out for your team. In the end of the day, yeah, in the end, you would like rather want to be eliminated trying, right?
Well, I'm sure they're trying. Being called free points, like I felt the pain for them right there. The thing is that I do also truly believe that sometimes teams just have bad days, or bad couple of days, bad couple of sets. Because I mean, we've seen that come through from a couple of absolutely amazing teams, and then sometimes they're able to bring it back, sometimes they're not. So I guess my hope for the Chosen is that it looks like they found themselves in a bad set of a couple of days, couple of games. Let's just hope that they're one of the teams that's able to bounce back.
Yeah, let's just hope. I mean, it's just a week 1. There's still a lot more chances, but hopefully in the next week, Team Chosen are being seen in the Super Weekend, and I want to see them bounce back as well, because as Zute says, he's a huge fan of the underdog storylines, and me, myself as well. I like some new teams showing themselves up. I want to see some new talent rise up for sure, but as you can see, the circle, pretty much a centralized circle, nothing really special over here.
Yeah, we'll see. Here we go. Just straight on the center of this main land. I mean, at this point, everybody should be quite happy about this. I mean, the majority of people are inside of this zone. Not too many else are on the military island. Should have a nice, easy rotation up on that western bridge into this next zone. At this point, everybody is kind of on level ground, which in my opinion is my favorite thing to see, right? If it's a really hard circle, you just automatically know that the people that are closest have a little bit of a better time than the people farther away. So seeing it land right in the middle where everybody kind of has the same playing field, to me, makes all of the fighting and the rotations even harder. And I want to see that, because that is what we're here to see, all these guys get challenged.
Yeah. And now we have Polar Ace, as one of the man has already went down, and Troy is out in the open. Oh, did take a couple of shots, but at least he is not taking any damage onto himself, so he's going to be good for now. Chronic's a big man taken out from the side of Polar Ace. Now they're going to be handicapped big time. But I had this little like strategy going up my head, right? So if I ever were to form a team, which probably is going to be, okay, I'm going to hold on to ours for now, because BTOWN, they're actually charging up against Vamp, which are the winners of the previous game. And Vamp, they're trying to hold this compound down, as Rage has already found the opening on the Jazz. And now the final man of BTOWN, which is right on the compound, he's quite low. A little bit of friendly fire. He thought maybe his teammate is the enemy. But yeah, Brar is still alive in that clothesline, and he's able to sneak away.
Yeah, and it looks like the two members of Vamp still alive. Now trying to find the last member of BTOWN, slowly pushing towards the correct twin right here, the correct building. But I'm getting a little bit nervous that they're not directly on top of each other, right? And oh my goodness, looks like Midnight and Jimmy, they're on their way to try and protect their teammate. Here they come, but the push comes through. I wonder if it's too late. And he gets down. The flush goes through too. Will he catch Midnight out in the open as well? Rage does, but he doesn't get the knock actually. He's taken down to really, really low. His teammate gets down too. Oh no.
Oh
this
man,
just swung around for them.
Yeah, this might just, actually, BTOWN is one of those teams that is quite strong when it comes to these 4-on-4 fights, but unfortunately, they get clean sweeps, a flawless execution from the side of Vamp, and already kicking things off on a good note. Now Vamp, they're feeling it. They're starting to feel it. The final 2 game might just be Vamp's game because, Sanhok, they ended things on a good note. And now, for what we're seeing, even in the game of Erangel, the flow of the momentum, if you talk about it, it's looking pretty well. And look at this. Oh, this is how things really started. Rage did spot those players out and then decided to just run on away. An interesting escape. But yeah, from what I was saying before, I said if I was ever able to make team or form a team for competitive PUBG Mobile, I would make sure to have Zute on my side. And I would just want him to curse everyone. Easy wins.
Easy ones. Just say everybody else is gonna win, and then watch them slowly get out again. Okay, no, I won't bully. I'm not gonna be on the bully Zute train. I promise. Even though I did a little bit there. But anyway, moving along quite quickly. Looks like there's a couple more people still on the side of Military Island, still looting on up before they make a move. But some nice early action. Looks like we might get a little bit more here as Nova getting driven by right now by actually Boring Protocol. Looks like they didn't quite catch them though as they're starting to rotate away. I think Nova probably held their breath there for a little bit. Maybe they didn't want to start that fight, not quite sure.
Yeah. Boring Protocols, 3 players are already on the move, and the 4th one is doing the same thing as well as Nova. As I said, today's day has been really rough on Nova. The final day, Nova is just not able to show themselves up. Whatever they're trying to do, Nova is getting countered, and it seems like a lot of teams have done their research against Nova.
Right now, though, still fine. Still setting up on Potato Hill, too. Still going to be okay for right now. Same with the majority of these teams. A lot of these teams were able to move quite far away from where the plane path kind of was to be able to loot in the usual places that they like. One of them being over here, Execute, up here, Nojo. We got another team right below them in Sojo, which is 19 Esports. Both of them going to be looting on up fine. And then they have nobody beside them because this is such a far away kind of stretch for them to loot. They're going to have a lot of leeway right inside zone for them to go. Looks like in the kill feed, you got Knights kind of bullying Lazarus as of right now, as a lot of people trying to shove themselves in the very center of this zone, waiting for it to pop. We still have a long ways to go until it officially closes, but Knights I actually wondered, did Knights get that knock at Lazarus as they were driving? I think it might be so. Let's see, Coop's vehicle definitely smoking, spotting out yet another member of Lazarus up on top of the hill, and they are not stopping. They're going full at it.
Yeah, they are going to charge forward. They're not going to stop. The pedal to the metal from Knights and Lazarus. Now they're going to get dismantled. Oh, unfortunately, in the league play days, Lazarus was able to counter Knights, but in the Super Weekends, things have been completely flipped. The table's being flipped against Lazarus now. Kaiseki on a run for his life. The only hope left alive for Lazarus, or actually 2 players are still up for them, so they can try and work things out as a duo, but still, the strategies that you have practiced with a 4-man, now you'll need to try and execute them with only a 2-man.
It's going to be a little bit harder here. I mean, right when you go on ahead and lose 2 players, right? Right when you go down to 2 or 1 player, that's when your entire playstyle changes. I mean, when you have 4-man or even 3, like, you're still fine. You still are able to go ahead and play it as you usually play it. 3 is still a little bit hard when it comes to trades in those fights, but when you go down to 2 or 1, you become a little bit more reserved, a little bit more secretive, trying to more like kind of find yourself a better space to play out of a safe spot and not be so aggressive as people are allowed to be when you have 3 or 4 people up. So if any of these teams that are usually super aggressive lose a couple of people really early on, it's going to go on ahead and hurt their play for the entire rest of the game. So watching these guys at this point really just drive around, drive-bying people, I'm kind of amazed actually that some of them are getting away with it.
Oh man, Godfan too. In the open, team chosen on the struggling face for sure, and Godfan could have been caught out, but he's at least able to get out of harm's way. No, they're just continuing to pepper down bullets, making sure they do not want to see that man nowhere near their compound. So they're just going to send him way far ahead. But Nova, they've found themselves a pretty great compound if you look at the map. Right in the smack center. Team chosen right next to them as well. A lot of teams right next to them. But again, I'm pretty sure the compound that Nova has it's going to be hard to challenge them. But, oh, the circle shifts down south. Now, that's just quite interesting.
That is such a hard southern shift, though, that it's taking basically almost both of the bridges here, a lot of the water, too. The majority of the teams that were in the center are still fine, right? But you can see them all getting in vehicles immediately and moving downwards, because right when a zone hard shifts like this, you know that down to the far southern side should be open territory for people to go ahead and grab. That's why everybody just sending it, trying to find themselves a little bit of a better position inside of this next zone. That just means it's going to be even harder, honestly, for some teams that decided to wait a little bit, mainly Execute up there on the northern side, coming out of that Zarki Norjo area. They have a long way to go inside of this next one. Meanwhile, it looks like the rest of these guys slowly finding places to call home. Tozen also grabbing a little bit of a compound, some vehicles. And of course, we have to be seeing some action shortly. Just look how many teams are in this small area on farm.
Yeah. The Chosen now, they're going to try and move in as well. I mean, they are already in, but I'm pretty sure Chosen is one of those teams that's not going to be satisfied with the position they have. They probably do want to grab the center of the zone. Knights right here against XSET. XSET doing quite well today. At least they have a chicken dinner, so at least the week one, they are ending things on a good note. But Knights, they're going to charge on forward. They know J7 is isolated behind this Wizard Tower. The only man over here in this vicinity. And this is a great isolation fight coming through from the side of Knights. Now they know the rest of the XSET players are right in the back.
Oh man, Chico also starting to drive on forward. He wants to go on ahead and get a little bit of a taste of this. Kill switch right in front of him. Oh man, they're really chasing this down here. XSET at this point, they're just fleeing this location. They don't want to get involved anymore, because not only is Knights kind of doing damage, it's also HQA. XSET, they're gonna have to kind of send it further into farm. Now as Knights, they're switching their attention over to HQA. They have to go save their one teammate's Coops. He's right in the doghouse with two other members of HQA. Let's see if he'll be able to pull this off.
Oh, indeed, this one's going to be a tough one. But Knights, we know their 4v4s are mastered to perfection. They're not going to let this one just slip by like that, as two players are isolated. Sunny Pig also goes down, and now HQA. They're being dismantled single-handedly. What's going on? Knights, they're just not scared of anyone. The final game, they realize it's time to step things up, and they want a chicken dinner today as well. At least they want to get away with the one. Oh, this nade might just be cooked to perfection. Quite close. He finds the knockout. That's a big one. Tensa goes down.
Wow, and here comes King Pig. Up the stairs he goes, already taking a little bit of damage as he was trying to go up the stairs. The flush comes through. He wanted at least one little cheeky point there, so he's not going to let that res go through. Now into the kitchen. He heard the heal go through, but Coops is not going to let himself go down at 1 HP. He's able to take down King Pigs there, and the Knights stay alive. Definitely hurt, though, and you can see far in the distance, the last member of HQA driving as far away as possible to survive for his team.
Oh, man. The next circle shift, I want to see where this is going to be shifting. I'm expecting a north shift, and yep, that's what exactly happens. Right in the smack center is 19 Esports on that potato hill. And they also have the high ground to work with. Imagine the amount of control 19 Esports is going to have. But again, the problem is, if you're in the center, there's a high chance you're also going to be the center of attraction. So there's a lot of angles to try and cover.
Oh boy, yeah, with this rotation as well coming through from the majority of these teams, it just definitely means that this south and eastern side is going to be hot. It's going to be pretty difficult. Once again, everybody inside of their vehicles wants to send it to try and get themselves that good spot immediately. Only 19 Esports, I have to say, doesn't really have to move. Already in a pretty good spot. Oh, but here we go. 4 Bros ends up getting in a big fight here against team... Oh, the Panthers. Here we go. Everybody gets traded out. It's just Frady left. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold it off for the rest of his team, but he's super low. Getting shot in the back. Down he goes. Frady getting the trade. Let's see. He's now going upstairs trying to get away from all this fight. That means Master OP is going to take that opportunity to go ahead and get these flushes come through. His teammate is going to push closer to protect himself as the res comes through, but they know it's only a solo left. And Frady, he's actually going to go for it. No way, the drop shot. He gets down. It's a 1v1. Both of them very low HP. Let's see if he's going to be able to get this last one right now. Playing ring around the rosy around these vehicles, but Frady does it! and 4 bros are eliminated. He won that 1v2.
Oh my god, that was an insane clutch for Freddy for sure, but now he also needs to take care of another wave of enemies. That's going to be Mezexis approaching Team Panthers. The consistency has been a factor for them, but Freddy again finds the opening somehow with the nade, and he's now looking to take every single player down. He's looking for those victims. As soon as Mezexis, they're going to lose their patience in this fight. Freddy is going to find his opportunity, and he strikes. He finds 2. Freddy is a monster, unstoppable, and if they do want to make sure he's being stopped right now, he's being isolated behind this little corner. He doesn't have a lot of space to move around with. And Freddy finally being taken care of. Mezexis, a huge sigh of relief. But that one single man was being a menace.
If only he had gotten some flushes come through from that, that would have been absolutely insane. And I kind of half expected XSET to go and crash onto that compound as well, but it looks like they'll just turn around, go to the compound a little bit further down to the southern side. But Freddy, he held that down for his team for quite a long time. I mean, they went out with 4 kills. Definitely not ideal, but definitely not too shabby compared to, you know, going out with a 0 or maybe 1 point for the entire game. So they ended up he was able to kind of bring back what he could for his team to hold it down. This next zone, though, is going to bring up a couple more challenges for different teams.
Oh, man, the Panthers, I don't know what they're eating for dinner, lunch. Damn, the way they're playing. No one expected that team to do that great because in league play, okay-ish performance is not really that great. But now in Super Weekend, it's just like a complete breath of fresh air for that team. A completely new team, the way they're functioning. And now look at the right side of the map as well. A huge wave of vehicles moving inside. And every single team is actually trying to go for that northern spot in the zone. But 19 Esports, they're chilling right next to the Potato Hill. And Nova, now they get the control of the Potato Hill. That means a huge high ground to try and work with.
I will say maybe the only difference when it comes to the league play and the Super Weekend here is, you know, the Super Weekend, you just have to go ahead and get in the top 16, while the Super Weekend, this is really where the points, every single point matters, right? So Panthers, seems like they really figured it out in terms of that. They got the top 16, exactly what they needed, and now they need to go ahead and do better. But it looks like Lazarus member is going to find themselves getting knocked here, very center of the zone, completely out in the open on the very side of the zone, only a couple trees and rocks to provide cover. Nemesis is going to take advantage of that. We can see a couple of teams still need to go ahead and bring it on in here. And I'm actually the team that I want to keep an eye on the most has to be 19 Esports, because they're honestly in the perfect position to watch the teams fight the hill down below them and also potentially hold out the teams above them like Nova.
Oh, WallStreetBets though. Look at this nade. This has to be a close one. Yes, it is. The man just got back up on his feet, so he was quite low. Even a tick of damage could have been enough, and that's what happens. Kaiseki falls down again. But look at the amount of smoke grenades utilized to try and provide him some cover. If WallStreetBets are able to find another frag through this, that's going to be a great find. A diamond through the smoke for sure. And there we go. This might just be a big nade. Up, doesn't even need to use it. That's going to be it. Lazarus out the game. Lazarus, if you talk about it, even yesterday's day hasn't really been that great. And even today's day, struggle is seen for this team.
Yeah, so they're going to go out in that 12th place position. Only 1 point on their side. That's definitely a team where after this Super Weekend might get a little bit of a wake-up call coming into this next week. League play, probably, they're definitely going to be aiming for that top 16 once again, as everybody is. But we'll see if they're going to be able to make it and see if they're going to be able to improve their gameplay. Meanwhile, Vamp, they had a huge game this last time. It looks like 3 of them are still alive, not quite inside of this zone, as they're just waiting for XSET to kind of get rid of themselves from the area before they make a move. Yang, he's going to take advantage of their movements. That buggy definitely was a perfect opportunity to just rip somebody out of there, but not quite. Doesn't quite get it. Let's see where else he's going to be able to go to.
Oh man, execute. Look at the split they have too. 3 players alive, and all 3 players are split from each other. Now, there are a lot of pros and cons, and I personally feel like there's a lot of cons for this one, because a 2-1 split makes sense, but all 3 players split from each other. It's at this point, you're just trying to go for the most amount of area control and just trying to, you know, see if you're able to find some off angles. Oh, was able to connect that headshot. That's what I want to see. It looked quite close, but Benny over here from Vamp is taken quite low as well. Nova, though, is still on that Potato Hill side, looking pretty decent.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It looks like, again, everybody was somehow able to squeeze themselves inside of this zone, but this next one is not going to be good for anybody except Polar Ace. Look at them, smack dab in the center. They have the only hard cover inside of the zone, inside of that small building. How many crashes do you think is going to happen on that compound?
Oh, man. I don't think so there's going to be any crashes. It's just going to be Polar Ace who are going to be decimated from all the different angles, because we talked about being the center of attraction, and that's the prime example of that. I'm pretty sure that's going to be happening anytime soon. Swings right here.
Wow.
In this little crate. It's going to be tough for this man to survive. And yep, as soon as he vaults out, he gets taken out by the nade. Perfectly played, as Fate is going to put the final nail in the coffin. Execute looking pretty in sync this game.
Ooh. Okay, a lot of fights up here happening on top of the hill. We've been waiting for this to happen with a fight up here with Nova. It looks like it's actually going to be Mezexis, not 19 Esports that we've been waiting for, because 19 Esports did actually go for the crash on a Polar Ace, and they won it. Now, 19 Esports has control of that center compound. Let's see how Nova is going to be able to handle this fight right in front of them, though. We know whoever wins this fight up here might just be the team that's able to actually continue on through the game with a little bit of the inside of the zone, but no! Another member of Nova's goes down. Let's see what Toss is going to be able to do here, as now he's trying to get another knock. Zfon doesn't happen. Zfon also goes down. Here comes a Here we go. It looks like it's just him and Taz left versus Kindness. Left for Nova. It looks like he's able to go on ahead and do a bunch of damage there, going for the res. He knows that Mezexis is going to be here soon, though. The push coming through. That vehicle just providing just enough cover. Kindness knows he can't stay at that vehicle anymore. He's just going to go for the push. Necro, he knows that he needs to finish this off. And it looks like he goes for the shot, and he does. Kindness wins that, and he gets the res.
Yeah, the Uzi is really damaging close range. It's going to shred people apart, and that's what exactly happened. Kindness takes the final man out that squad, and now Nova, they realize it's going to be next to impossible to try and get the res forward, because it's a long way in inside the next zone. Look at Boring Protocols. They have a really great spot. They also are holding a compound right on the edge of the zone. Kindness is quite close. I went with Nova for this game, but Nova, they're not looking so great. Kindness is the only man left alive. Koi is going to get taken out by the play zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult. At least he found himself a little bit of a safe spot to play out of. I mean, a rocket vehicle, not the best situation, but he's just inside zone. And as a solo, you just want to wait and try to get as far up on the leaderboard in terms of placement point as possible. So that's where he's going to chill out. It does look like WallStreetBets, I mean, they heard him drive there, so they're currently trying to go ahead and sniff him out. As you can see, this next zone pops, and 19 Esports still inside the zone. They honestly have the perfect opportunity to be in control of this entire zone around them as they're looking around. The only thing they have to worry about is that they have to look everywhere while everybody around them just has to look at their tiny singular building. So they're definitely, that's why they're all laying prone in there basically. They can't go ahead and peek because somebody will shoot them.
Yeah, things are going to be tough for them. Boring Protocol having a decent compound, but they still need to make it inside the zone. 19 Esports right in the smack center. And now Nova here, they just have too many people looking on top of him, and that's what exactly happens. WallStreetBets with all 4 players alive. They're going to sweep the final man on Nova out the lobby. And now Boring Protocols, they're trying to be proactive at this position. They're straight up going to smash in this compound as all 4 players are alive. And Samuel, he ejects out of a moving vehicle, so he takes a lot of damage with that as well. Now 19 Esports, they're already starting off with a huge advantage in this fight as Samuel, Acer, all of them as Spec also goes down. Carnage is the only man left alive, and the final hopes and dreams for them as another team is straight up going to ram on this compound. 19 Esports, too many men to try and handle, as Eshu is the only man left in this one. He's trying his best to hold the fort down. He's trying his best to keep the defense up, but this time it's going to crumble down.
Wow. So far the answer of how many crashes is going to happen on that building is 3. Let's see if there's going to be any more. At this point, though, the zone is so small that I don't think anybody's really going to prioritize that area. We can see it's really down to Execute over there on the western side, and maybe even WallStreetBets on the east. And, of course, a couple of stragglers with 4 teams left alive. It looks like 24K trying to get the surprise on the Carnage, tossing over some nades, but we know he has a little bit of coverage over there, so it's not going to quite do any damage. At this point, though, let's see if he's going to be spotted out by Baba. Even more nades coming through as the Chosen Tits take it out in 4th place. A nice chunk of placement points coming through from that. After the solo is gone, which it looks like 24K is going to be able to do so, and this is the last fight. It looks like it's going to be Execute and WallStreetBets. Only one of these teams is going to get that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, only one team can get it. 2 teams alive, as you said. WallStreetBets and Team Execute. Team Execute have been looking pretty good or pretty strong. They've been looking in sync in the final game. And Execute, one man gets confirmed as Steve-O is going to take him down. And now WallStreetBet, they're straight up charging in 4th. They're not going to stop anytime soon. Another man gets taken care of as Jason falls down as well. And Execute, they're getting dismantled. WallStreetBet, they're just going to keep on peppering the salt on their wounds. As now Execute, they're trying to fight back. Yang as well right here on the compound. The final glimmer of hope for the team of Execute. And it's going to be next to impossible to clutch it out with such less HP. And all the 4 men standing in front of WallStreetBets. Here we go. A nice chicken dinner from WallStreetBets, and they really needed this.
Honestly, WallStreetBets being able to play up on top of that hill for the longest time, they're able to clean up all the stragglers around them, and then they knew exactly where the last remaining team was. And you're right, WallStreetBets absolutely did go on ahead and need that, because at the beginning of this, they weren't in the best position at all. They're kind of in that 10th place spot, so a huge chicken dinner. Looks like we did get on yet another team that really needed some points, being able to clutch it out.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about that and you look at Nova having the roughest day possible on the final day, but hopefully in the upcoming days, Nova is going to be able to do good, or upcoming weeks, as you would say, because Nova is a solid squad, right? They already have a great positioning in the overall ranking for themselves, so they don't really need to work things out. It's just week 1. There's a lot much more days to go ahead, and I'm pretty sure Round Report is going to be here. So let's take a look at this. Steve-O, of course, is going to be the man with the most eliminations.
Oh boy, yeah, taking a look at that, he just absolutely knocked it out of the park there with those 6 elims. Xenox for the Knights, though, getting 586 damage. Steve-O with the most nades elims as well. Cool with the longest elimination, and then of course Iris the top travel. I mean, WallStreetBets, though, seeing there at the top with the most amount of kills, not quite surprised. They also were able to take away the most amount of placement points from the chicken. But that's it from me, Span Cargo and Necro here. We're going to throw it on over to a break for the analysts to break down that last match.
The new season of the PUBG Mobile Campus Series is here. We will have a new format. A pool prize of $10,000 in prize pool and gifts. New sponsors. We are back from March 28th to April 17th with 2 qualifying weeks, 1 semi-final, and 2 days of finals. Don't miss your chance to play against the best college teams in the United States and Canada. Register from March 11th to the 24th.
What's going on, everybody? Woo! What a day of matches, man. We saw some great plays from all the squads. Of course, got to give a big thank you to our sponsors, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Man, wrapping it up. WallStreetBets pulling up a huge chicken dinner there, 7. Clutched it up. Let's pull up the match ranking.
I was hoping you'll send this to me, man. I've been on this hype train, huh, Jukes? Come on. I've been on this hype train. 29 points. Okay, WallStreetBets, I see you. They were also able to be followed up by Execute. 21 points. Yo, Sute, where has this Execute team been?
Honestly, man, I mean, Executes, they're like hanging in there by a thread. Like, I know the players,
Yeah, you
kind of
do.
well. I can imagine
do.
some of the, I can imagine some of the difficulties they're going through, but they're just hanging in there. It was good that they, showed up on this last match. Maybe that'll help them out some, but yeah, taking a look at the second half, not too good. But boy, what a game, 7. The zone ending on that one little house, that house of death. We saw so many teams smash into that house, and whew, what a game to end the day.
I thought 19E was actually going to be able to hold that compound. No, they did not. It did not happen. Okay. By the way, Sue, as we go to the next graphic, I do have a question for you. Since you mentioned you've been with Execute, you know some of those players. How do you feel that confidence goes from like having a lackluster performance here on this Super Weekend, you could say, but then finishing off like on an excitement note, right? Do you think that's gonna play out going into league play? Knowing the players, you know the players.
Knowing the players, exactly. Knowing the players, they're not happy with their performance whatsoever. And even with the fact that, you know, they finished this last match in second place, it's not going to help them out much mentally either. They're still going to be stressed. They're still going to want to do way better. But taking a look at the match or the graphics for like each of the games, yeah, the highest placing points for each match, a different team on all 5.
Definitely. That's a surprise here. And you know why? Because we didn't really see, I mean, we saw Knights still performing, but we didn't really see the likes of Nova. We saw Nova performing day 1 in Miramar. We saw them performing day 2 in Erangel. And today, I think it was maybe Glitter not being here. That little charm that she has for him, that supernova fan that she is, they just didn't show up. Who knows? Who knows what's going on there? WallStreetBets, though, I am happy to see them end there on a good note, too. And going to what you were saying there, even they're not going to stay like, they're still going to be feeling that pressure. I like that. I like that because some players and some teams tend to like have a good performance. They're like, oh, okay, we can relax. No relaxing here. We want champions. As we see Knights there starting off with 198 total points for Super Weekend 1. And then we see the rest. The Panthers, 169. Really like that number. Nova Esports there, 147. And we keep going down with the Knights here, Sue. You being an ex-pro player, you know I like picking your brain about this kind of stuff. Yeah. Having such a good cushion, right, on the Super Weekend 1, how likely are you able to just try out a lot of different stuff on the upcoming Super Weekends, thinking that they already, you know, they're going to qualify to those?
Well, with the Knights team being such a polished team, right, I don't think they're going to need to try anything new. Like, they've already pretty much lock down their arsenal of techniques and skills, right? They're just going to keep polishing that and refining that. If anything, the Knights probably are treating this as like practice because they have their eyes set on making it to the PMGC this year. They were supposed to make it last year. Baby stage for them. So it's like they're just going to keep polishing and running through teams.
Yeah, it really hurt me not seeing Coops and the Knights team in PMGC. And I'm kind of with what Sute was saying there. Was another thing that I do kind of hope it happens, Hot Jigs here, is that Tensa, I mean, it's a new addition to the team, right? New
Huge
player.
pickup.
Maybe he'll have some extra time and not as much pressure as he would have been if he was maybe one of the teams that was on the lower bracket end of the Super Weekend. He'll have more freedom to be able to try out different stuff and get more comfortable and find the rhythm within that team.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to think that I hate to say it, but I'm starting to feel like the breakup of Ghost has been becoming more of a blessing than a curse, you know? Because we're starting to see like Spec, Blessed Blowing Protocol, Tensa, that addition. I think it's overall lifting up these solid squads even further. I hate to say it, but that's what I see. So you know what? Let's take a look at the MVP here for the day. It's the last Super Weekend day. So these points are going to go on all the way into the next Super Weekend. And that's a really big point. I know we haven't been talking about it a lot, but that is really what matters here, right? That MVP. How are you going to be able to do it? What are you going to be able to do in the league play going forward? Ain't that right, Seven?
You know what? Let me take a guess real quick. Without me even looking at who it is, I'm going to say somebody from the Panthers. Poppy, maybe. Come on, Poppy. How about you, Sute? What do you think is going to be the MVP?
Just Coops, just because it's Coops.
Coops.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Xenox. Yo, I got it. There you go.
Oh,
perfect. Xenox. Man, this man has been crushing it. I mean, this duo, it's almost like every single time I've seen a squad that has like a super strong duo, they just straight shred the lobby. And we're seeing it right here, especially with the Knights, right? Xenox, Coops, these two, when they're popping out together, bam, dude, they really show up. And I was kind of touching on it a little bit earlier when it came to like Nova, right? Nova, we've seen QZ pop up, but I don't think we really have seen that super duo yet. I don't know. Maybe you've seen something different, Zute. Tell me.
No, I think you're right. Like, every time we talk about Nova and Nova popping off, it's always QZ by himself. I don't feel like they have that, you know, super duo partner just yet. But keep in mind, this Nova team is very new. Whereas with Xenox on screen here, I mean, if Xenox goes down, he's got Koops. If Koops go down, now they got Tensa and Chico on the roster. And Xenox, man, this guy, he's been absolutely crushing it ever since he came onto the scene.
Bro, straight monster. I got to play with him like just a few days ago, and just looking at this man's speed, reactions, reflexes, man, it had me just being like, I was just watching the show, man. I wanted to die early so I could just spectate this guy. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these other players that we got going on here. Seven, who really stood out to you?
I mean, it's going to actually be Shi Wang, you know? 26 eliminations for HQA. This is a team that we've been hyping up. Koops, don't worry, I'm going to get to you, okay? But with HQA, this is a team that we were hyping up, saying how they could really be a contender to be within those top 5, at least top 4, and they were able to finish it off with top 4. And if you have a player putting up performances like that, what else can you ask for? And I mean, we had Xenox, by the way. Xenox was the MVP for today. But if we're looking at the stats here, I think Koops is definitely my MVP for the whole Super Weekend. This man was on a different level. We even saw it earlier. You were talking about him too, Hot Jukes. The strafing, that man can never stay still.
Oh my gosh.
And Koops is just on another level. I love going to his Twitter and seeing that pinned message that he has at the top where he says, I felt like I played bad. Something along those lines. Where I can't wait to start playing better. I'm gonna put in the grind, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen, if you put on the grind, it pays off, and it pays off in a big way.
He said he wanted to be one of the best players in North America, and I think he's already kind of solidified that spot. Let's pull up the calendar so we can see exactly what's going to be happening here in the future days coming up. And look at those check marks. Boom. Super Weekend. Done. March. Done, dude. And the next Super Weekend is going to be all the way next month in April. So, or actually league play, right? So, I mean, dang. We got a good little few days off here coming up here, guys.
A couple of days off, but you can bet your butts these players, they're going to be in those scrim rooms practicing from Monday to Thursday, because I mean that is just a competitive player grind. And when I was competing, there was no rest breaks. Maybe we're not on the big screen, but behind the scenes we are in the lab at work, working hard, almost like 24/7.
Then you have some of the other teams, right, that didn't make it to the Super Weekend.
Oh yeah,
they're feeling that hunger, that are feeling like, damn, we got 0 points in that overall leaderboard for the Super Weekend. It's time to switch it up. So April 1st, make sure you tune in. If you got plans, cancel them, because you got to tune in to the PMPL North America 2022 Spring Split. Hot Jigs.
That's right. Make sure you hit that follow button on all the socials and go to your neighbor's house, knock on the door, put a piece of paper, tell them to follow socials as well, because man, is it going to be a show. I can't wait to see how these squads at the bottom, you know, they're going to be hunted down come league play. A lot of different storylines to follow, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I'm Hot Jukes here with 7WG, Suitcase, Man Cargo, Necro. We'll see you in April. Y'all have a good day, all right? See ya.